quite a few people with us. And so I'll just get us started. Well, first, sorry, I have a little bit of a cold I'm getting over, so apologies for my voice, but I'm gonna do my best to make it work here today. First thing I'm going to do is present some information about meeting logistics, and then when I'm done with those slides, we're going to go through introductions. I'll call on everybody and walk you through introductions when we get there. Go ahead and go to the next slide, Shadia. Okay. Information for our public meeting is at the top link on this slide. And then information about how to join this meeting is the bottom information, the second information on this slide. If you have any difficulties using Zoom today, please email me at irp.pgn.com and we can try to get you all fixed up. Next slide. Okay, today our agenda covers the topics of, just one second, I'm going to turn off my notifications here. So our agenda items cover informational community benefit indicators, draft portfolio analysis results and scoring. We'll take a break in the middle of the day, and then we'll move on to our draft action plan and information about our filing date. Go ahead, the next slide. Okay, so moving into meeting logistics. Here we've got the language from our IRP guidelines regarding the purpose of our public engagement. Today we're providing information and an opportunity to contribute ideas, and I'll go over how to participate on Zoom in the next 3 slides. Next slide. Thank you. Okay, so today to participate in our meeting, we're going to have presenters take questions throughout their presentation. So if you have a question, please go ahead and raise your hand. They'll focus on clarifying questions during the presentation, and they may delay some of the answers until the end of the topic. In some cases, we may offer to follow up with people following the meeting. That's it, just in case we need to get into more detail with you, or you have multiple follow-up questions. Today, we're not using chat because we want to be able to have a more open dialogue as information is presented. So please, when you're ready to speak, if you have a question or a comment, use the raised hand feature if you're able to. If you're on the phone, you can go ahead and unmute and just interrupt and say, hey, I have a question when you're ready to take them. And our presenters will go through people who have things to say. We'll also have some time at the end of each topic to address comments and questions. So like I said, we'll take clarifying questions as we go through, and we might answer more detailed questions at the end or following the meeting. If we don't have time during the topic, if we need to stay on time and move on to the next topic, we will, I'll make a note to follow up with you after the meeting. And then those responses will be posted online so that the whole group has the benefit of those answers. Go ahead, the next slide. Okay, so to participate today, I know a lot of you are familiar with online meetings at this point, but I'll just run through these really quick. You can use the Zoom features to unmute, use the microphone button. My menu is at the bottom of my screen. Sometimes the menu is at the top of the screen. You might want to just check that really quickly so you know where all your buttons are. So you can unmute using the microphone button if you're on the computer. If you're on the phone, you'll want to press *6 to unmute yourself. To let us know that you have a question, there's a little raise hand feature. Looks like a hand that's waving. Go ahead and press that, and it will keep track of who's got their hand raised so that we can reach everybody. And finally, if you're using both your computer and your phone to attend today, make sure that your computer is muted so that we don't get feedback from both audio sources. Next slide. Okay, and lastly, I'm going to go over the operating agreements. This is a relatively new slide. It's just laying ground rules for how to participate with each other and respect all the participants that are here. So we expect participants to be respectful of each other's time, stay on topic, seek to understand, and provide constructive feedback. I'll be facilitating the meeting to make sure we get through the content and have space to take feedback. So as we go through, I may be asking you to hold your question till later. I'll be telling you we'll follow up. I'll be trying to make sure that everyone has a chance to speak. And I'll just be upholding these operating agreements. So before we move into introductions, do we have any questions about meeting logistics? Okay, great. So I've got a list of participants here. We've got a lot today. So I'm going to try to run through these fairly quickly. And I'll start with myself. So I'm Jessica Graber. I work for PGE on the Integrated Resource Planning team. And next up, I've got Abe Abdallah.
Hi, this is Abe Abdallah from Oregon Public Utility Commission.
Thank you.
Utility analyst, yeah. Thanks.
Oh, thank you. Andy Iden.
Hi, everyone. Andy Iden. I'm an analyst on PGE's resource planning team.
Thank you. Arlene Sherritt or Sherritt.
Hello, I'm Arlene Sherritt. I'm a climate action advocate and I work independently. I'm not involved with any organization. Thank you. It's good to be here.
Thank you. Bill Henry.
Bill Henry, Pacific Ocean Energy Trust.
Thank you. Oh, Bashir, I skipped over you. Would you like to go?
Yes. Hi, everyone. My name is Bashir Salpagarov. I'm from PGE, Distributed Resource Planning Group. I'm here I contributed to informational community benefit indicators that Andy's going to be talking about. So I'm here to listen in and learn and hear from you and record your feedback. Thank you.
Thank you. Brooke Landon.
I'm Brooke, and I'm the program director at Clearsville, responsible for the work that we do in the Northwest, which includes a significant amount of work in Oregon.
Thank you. Craig Patterson.
Yes, good morning. My name is Craig Patterson. I'm an independent and a grandfather with almost 50 years of experience. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Lynn Hart.
Hey there, Elaine Hart, independent consultant, and I'm working for Oregon Public Utility Commission.
Thank you. Elizabeth Grasser-Lindsay.
I'm independent climate activist. I do belong to several climate organizations.
Thank you. Next up, Eric Sherman.
Good morning, Eric Shireman, Oregon PUC staff.
Thank you. Fred Hewitt.
Hey, it's Fred Hewitt, Northwest Energy Coalition.
Wonderful. Jake Wise.
Jake Wise, Portland General Electric. Thank you.
Thanks, Jake. Jeff Larson.
Hi, this is Jeff Larson representing Apex Clean Energy.
Thank you. Next up, I've got Joe Abraham. I'm going to come back. I know people might be grabbing coffee or water things. So JP Batmel.
JP Botmal with the Oregon PUC staff. Thanks.
Thank you. Keisha Brockman.
Yep, Keisha Brockman, OPUC staff.
Thank you. Marie Barlow.
Hi, Marie Barlow with New Sun Energy. I did just want to say that New Sun is fairly disappointed that the meeting materials for this were just sent out last night after the close of business, and we haven't had very much time to review these before the meeting. So would ask that this meeting be rescheduled for like a couple weeks out so that stakeholders can have time to review it. It looks like you're going to be going over the draft portfolio analysis and draft action plan. And it just doesn't feel like we're able to provide meaningful input today without a chance to review those.
Yeah, thanks, Mary. This is Seth Wiggins. I'll jump in here. Definitely appreciate the concern. We had to make a few last minute changes. And so that's the cause of the delay for the sending out the materials until such a late time. While we can't change the meeting time, this is a draft presentation of draft results. And so nothing is final at this point. We're taking feedback here and we're very interested to have a good discussion. That said, we're always available via the IRP inbox as well, and just via phone if you want to call us up, have any questions. We're definitely open to make sure everyone feels comfortable with these materials. So understand the concern. We are here if this meeting isn't as constructive as it could be had the materials been sent out earlier. So we do apologize for that, but we will work to make sure everybody's on board with our direction right now.
Thanks, Seth. I'm going to keep going through introductions, and then Arlene, I do see your hand. So as soon as we get through, I'll call on you. So Matthew Hall.
Yes, Matthew Hall from Invenergy.
Thank you. Misty Gao.
This is Misty Gao. I'm an analyst on distributed resource planning team at PGE.
Thank you. Nahit Shah.
Hi everyone, I'm Nahit Shah. I'm an analyst on PGE's IRP team.
Next up, I have Olga. I think it's Burtness, but it's cut off, so apologies if I said that wrong.
No problem, you got it right. I work at Clear Result and senior program manager responsible for our work on behalf of PGE.
Thank you. Rainbow Wong.
Hi everyone, I'm Rainbow Wong. I'm an analyst on the IRP team.
Rob Campbell.
Good morning, I'm Rob Campbell. I'm an analyst on PGE's IRP team.
Sam Newman. Nope. I'll come back to Sam. How about Samantha Thompson?
Hi, Samantha Thompson, Energy Equity Partner on the Distributed Resource Planning Team, PGE.
Thank you. Seth Wiggins.
Yeah, hey everyone, Seth Wiggins. I manage the integrated resource planning here at PGE.
Stephen Brown. Come back to Stefan too. How about Sudesh Napal?
Good morning. This is Sudesh Napal with OPUC staff.
Thank
Good morning,
you.
Jesse. Sorry, Stefan, I thought I had my mute button off. PG regulatory strategy.
Thank you. Thank you both. Sydney Hines.
Hi, Sydney Hines, Principal Accountant, PGE.
Thank you. And Tomas Morrissey.
Hey, Tomas Morrissey, PGE IRP team.
Great. I also have a phone number ending 6542. If that's you, speak up. Okay. And Abe, oh, no, not Abe. Who did I say I'd come back to? Joe Abraham, if you're around.
Good morning, Joe Abraham, staff with OPUC.
Thank you. So did I miss anyone or have anyone join when we were in the middle?
Yeah, good morning. This is Pat Shaughnessy with OPUC staff.
Great, thank you.
Good morning. This is Jennifer Hillhart with Oregon Citizens Utility Board.
Thank you. It looks like that might be everyone. Arlene, I'll go ahead and take your question and then we'll move on to our first topic.
Oh, thank you. You mentioned a phone number that you could be used to call you with questions.
Sure.
I would like to have that.
Yeah, I will send you an email after the meeting and get you in touch with the right person you'd like to call. It might be me first, and then I can direct you to the right person. Thank you. All right, can we go to the next slide? Perfect. So Andy Iden is here with us today. He's going to be presenting on informational community benefit indicators. Shadi will move the slides forward for you, and I'll be here to support taking questions and comments from participants. But Andy, whenever you're ready, you can go ahead.
Sure, thanks, Jesse. Good morning, everyone. As I mentioned previously, I'm Andy Iden. I use he, him pronouns, and I work in PGE's resource planning. Been talking about community benefit indicators previously to this group, so this is just a quick recap slide. This is our 5th presentation on community benefit indicators across both the IRP Roundtable and the community learning labs. In previous meetings, we've discussed interim thinking around developing the CBIs for both inclusion in IRP portfolio analysis and scoring. And so the intent of this meeting is to build on that past information we've presented and report out some findings from that community engagement that we continue having with our community representatives, including EJ community representatives and community members related to CBIs. And then we want to share some draft thinking on PGE's planned use of informational CBIs for purposes of goal setting and tracking progress for future CEPs. So just a quick sort of definition on how you could think about a community benefit indicator is an equity tool that we can use to apply to modeling, analysis, scoring of different resources, to inform procurement and programs of how energy purchase decisions are made, and to also report and inform decisions going forward. And the purpose is really to assist ensuring equitable outcomes for different communities to look for long-term impacts, especially for EJ communities. And so we I have a note there that we're using EJ communities throughout this presentation in line with House Bill 2021. So in the workshops that were led by OPUC staff and then the final staff report and recommendations, there are 5 high-level buckets or categories of community benefit indicators. And they're shown here. One note before I go through them is they must, staff kind of recommended that these informational community benefit indicators be measurable and quantifiable. I think where possible is the idea. So we're going through and looking over these categories, thinking how does our community outreach and the research we've been doing, which I'll talk about in a moment, how is what we're hearing aligning with what sort of staff and workshop participants previously through UM 2225, how is that playing out? And we've used this as a sort of guiding framework. So we have resiliency, both customer and the grid, economic indicators, environmental indicators, energy equity, and health and community well-being. So next slide. And this is kind of just a lot on this slide, but I'm going to walk through from the left to right. It's sort of meant to give a high-level overview of how PGE is seeing the community benefit indicators hitting not only the IRP, but also other subsequent activity that follows. So CBIs are the incorporation of community impacts and benefits into the Clean Energy Plan. And so this is a new activity, following on House Bill 2021 and those related workshops and public outreach that staff led, as I mentioned. And it was identified as one of the critical near-term priorities for inclusion for purposes of getting information out so that it could inform, subsequent evolution of the guidance. And staff expects utilities to prioritize development and use of the CBIs to inform both the CBRE analysis, that's community-based renewable energy, portfolio analysis, which there will be a lot of presentation on that later for the IRP, and then implementation actions, as well as tracking and reporting progress. And on the right-hand side, we've presented previously on the sort of breakdown, aligning with staff's guidance on how to think about the CBIs in this interim development phase. And so having at minimum one of each of the resource CBI that's pertaining to the community-based renewable energy resources, informational CBIs, which I'll be talking about today, and then portfolio CBIs, which apply to the broad portfolio. And procurement and programs is a way that community benefit indicators can be integrated into kind of implementation. So we see a couple pathways. One is just procurement of CBRE. So we've been in communication with our community partners and other developers in the region that may help us bring these type of community-based renewable projects into fruition onto our system for the benefit of our customers. We also have a rich program history with both our internal teams and partners like Energy Trust of Oregon and local, state, and municipal actors for different resiliency projects and different community-centric projects. And we highlight some other opportunities like non-wire solutions from the DSP, the distribution system plan, and then just some other activity that relates to procurement of those resources. And then finally, the analysis and reporting. So in subsequent clean energy plan reports, the quantifiable and measurable aspect of the community benefit indicators that I will walk through in a few slides will sort of be continued to be talked about and discussed, and will surface in future reporting and progress tracking. The last, sorry, go back one. The last bullet there, since there's some acronyms, we see some alignment with other kind of internal documents and plans, and the MYP is the multi-year plan, and the DSP is, as I said, the distribution system plan. So the multi-year plan is kind of related to flexible loads or demand response, and so those are customer programs which can be a part of a community-based renewable energy resource. All right, next slide. This is a high-level overview of the approach we took to engage our community members on this to inform our development of the CBIs. So we engaged with, as I said, multiple representatives of community groups, as well as community members themselves, and environmental justice advocates to provide education both on the utility regulatory kind of framework, as well as PGE's explicit kind of development of the clean energy resource plan and related activities. And we solicited feedback and information to inform our approach. And so we've, as I said, we presented on community benefit indicators at previous roundtables, as well as a number of community learning labs. And we received really valuable feedback. So it was, thank you to all of you who might have participated in those and provided input. And we gathered that input through a variety of ways, both in meetings, through the chat and questions, as well as conducting some surveys, as well as more applied exercises like the mural board, which mural board is an online interactive tool where we all have a slide here coming up where we'll talk about some of the results of these activities. And then the last part is, alongside that, we were also engaged with a consultant to review literature around these type of indicators and how other jurisdictions, other utilities are approaching this type of topic. So this, before I jump in, then the next slides will cover individually some community benefit indicators, but this is the outcome of some of that community informed work at the learning labs. And so we evaluated, as I said, alongside our community partners and energy advocates, some of the, I think we had, so attachment A of staff's report, we kind of show here on the right, But the purpose of our engagement was to reflect back that we heard and saw the significant work and type of thought that those community partners and advocates put into engaging with staff's UM2225 workshop process, and wanted to build on that and not kind of start something new. So we went through a voting exercise a number of times. We did this with different audiences in order to try to rank order the most important, since there were a number of proposed CBI metrics in that attachment A to the final staff report. So you can kind of see it's hard to read the individuals, but you can check the final order on the OPUC website to see the detail, but you can see kind of the stars align with who's voting for which topic. So the highest ranked CBIs from these rounds of outreach were shown here. So the reduction, and these are not in order like 1, 2, 3, 4 on the bullets here, but reduction in number of customers suffering from high energy burden, low income and vulnerable communities having access to increasing number of renewable or non-emitting distributed generation resources, meaningful bilateral engagement between utilities and tribes on renewable facility siting. I think that's meant to say. And then improving the efficiency of the housing stock. So energy efficiency, including at lower income housing. And then, like I said, we took this feedback and combined it with our sort of review alongside with our consultant of other jurisdictions and other resources, and used those to inform our next steps of how are we going to actualize these for tracking. Next slide. All right, so now I'm going to go through, as I mentioned, we kind of went over just now the process that PGE undertook, and we'll go into look at a couple of our proposed metrics or draft metrics. So as I mentioned previously, so one of the bigger items was improved access to reliable and clean energy. So our first, each of these tables will have kind of the same format. So the CBI name is on top of the table. So this community benefit indicator would be improving participation in clean energy programs by EJ communities. And then within this framework of having a CBI as an overarching indicator, we wanted to present our thinking as of now towards how to make them quantifiable and measurable. And so looking at, distilling into metrics with a description here. And this, just a caveat for all of these slides, I mean, this is as we're going through and organizing the information and reflecting it back for, gathering further feedback. So these are not final, and they may change as we continue to reach out and hear from our community members and others towards the filing date. But the metric here for 1A and 1B would be around increasing program participation rates, as I mentioned, in different distributed clean energy programs, and that can be demand response, distributed solar and storage, energy efficiency, and the community-based renewable energy. And then the second one there would be something around the allocation of the budget and or the savings goal within those same programs. And compared to baseline would mean, to quantify progress or track progress, we would go through an exercise to sort of set a baseline by looking at past adoption and try to set that up for future improvement tracking. Next slide. Increase energy affordability for target communities. So this one is related to the energy burden, and we heard this over and over again. It was kind of one of the more obvious ones. You can kind of look at the House bill language, and it's pretty clear that it was of major importance. And then we kind of heard from different audiences that this kept surfacing to the top. So through CBI number 1, the actions put in place to sort of increase that type of program participation that can come with direct incentives through participation in programs, but also through bill savings for different programs like energy efficiency or rooftop solar or something like that. And so customers, the metrics here are related to a few different things, but they're all kind of related to, in the target community that would be energy burdened under a definition. And we're thinking of using the 6% of income, using standardizing that with sort of the White House EJ40 initiative, just for consistency, and other local we're still in the process of sort of coordinating and refining these, but we're sort of open to feedback on that as well as what the specific metrics should be for tracking. But it basically talking about reducing that electricity energy burden through these programs. And the second and third one here are related to number of customers in arrearages, so unable to pay on time. And obviously people can miss their bill date for a number of reasons. And so this metric would be more geared towards targeted improvements for those EJ communities that we want to focus on for these community benefits through some kind of program to help them manage their bill more easily. And then the number of disconnections is another potential metric that we've been thinking about. And we're going to continue to refine those with other stakeholders as we go along. Next slide. And the other one, along with energy burden, that we kind of heard was resiliency. And so I think this, we say improved grid resiliency here, it should really say improved grid and customer resiliency. But looking at tracking and trying to deploy programs and, grid modernization improvements that can reduce the frequency and duration of outages, including long duration outages. And again, sort of for the community benefit indicator here, we're looking at layering in the demographic screen of sort of different EJ communities and where they reside within the service area, and sort of taking the holistic view on that front. And then the second one is looking to improve emergency backup power access amongst certain populations. And next slide. This is kind of, don't mean to be redundant, but here's another one that everybody really deeply cares about. So increasing number of jobs and economic impact in local communities. And so that's what we see as a driving force just behind the entire clean energy transition. And we want to partner with our communities to continue to make these clean energy jobs, available. And we see that through, the community benefit indicator here related to sort of CBRE activity and how many new jobs might come from those goals that we would set for achieving CBRE targets. And then maybe a percent held by members of EJ communities within that as sort of a sub goal. And then the second one is more broad. So looking to support workforce training opportunities. So PGE can play a supportive role in that sense, and to participate in those diverse workforce development activities, which, along with the federal funding that's coming through to Oregon right now, I think this is a great time to be talking about this. Next slide. And then environmental outcomes, so reducing GHG emissions. So a reduction in annual GHG emissions to serve retail load. I'm not going to dwell on that one too much because there's a lot of content we want to get to, but that was kind of something straightforward that we could look at. And next slide. And then we heard a number of times improved efficiency of the housing stock, and with specific emphasis on low-income housing and rentals like multifamily affordable housing. So this one, again, Energy Trust of Oregon delivers energy efficiency. And so we continue to partner with them and are looking for ways to grow those programs that are beneficial in this. I should also say Energy Trust delivers a portion of the energy efficiency for the state, but with respect to low-income housing, the second metric here identifies the state's significant role in that. So Oregon Housing and Community Services, that's OHCS, apologies for the acronyms, and then Community Action Agencies, that's the CAAs. So local and state agencies work together, as well as Energy Trust with PGE and other utilities to administer federal, state, and customer-funded low-income weatherization programs. So it's, and we're engaged in a number of those fronts. So we wanted here to say something about increasing the amount that's on the first metric of these targeted deployments. And then the second one being participating in more of working group settings and other ongoing efforts to really support equitable distribution of those weatherization and broad energy efficiency benefits. Next slide. All right, so a few next steps are we want to work to continue developing the quantitative tracking metrics. So I kind of outlined how we're thinking about defining the metrics and setting them up for quantification and establishing baselines and projections, but we still need to then assess how to implement that in the first plan, and then having both an assessment of the preferred portfolio and going forward in time. So we'll continue to iterate as well with our community partners to reflect community-based indicators or community benefit indicators in program and procurement scoring metrics. We've had some great conversations so far and I expect that to continue. And then lastly, we'll engage with the Community Benefits Impact Advisory Group, the longest acronym in the presentation, I think, but that'll continue sharing our approach with our peer utilities and staff and stakeholders here. So, and then as well, like I mentioned, the community learning labs, we expect to continue gathering feedback and really look forward to engaging with you all on that. So I think with that, I can pause and see if there's any questions.
Looks like Elizabeth, you have your hand up if you'd like to go.
I had a question on what's meant by environmental justice. I know in the governor's climate order, it mentioned race, poverty, and rural, but I couldn't really tell from your presentation what you meant. I know in rural areas, people, when they lose power, they also lose water. So they aren't able to water their livestock and they have trouble in their household.
Yes. So thank you, Elizabeth. I mentioned in the definitional slide, we're using House Bill 2021's definition, and I was scanning for it. And I think it does include, oh, there we go. We have, so environmental justice communities. And so we're not defining environmental justice, we're defining environmental justice communities as consistent with House Bill 2021, which includes communities of color, communities experiencing lower income, tribal communities, rural communities, as you mentioned, coastal and communities with limited infrastructure, and other communities traditionally underrepresented in public processes and otherwise adversely harmed by environmental and health hazards, including seniors, youth, and persons with disabilities. So that was the House Bill 2021 definition. I just kind of read that.
So do you look at each customer and put these labels on them so that you know if they're having a problem?
We have mapped using different geographic indicators and customer data that is available to us. We do our best to map down to the individual premise level, but in certain cases, it's certain indicators or certain definitions there in the House bill are only really available at the census tract. And so we have to then say, if someone is in that census tract, which scores maybe above a threshold, like you could say lower incomes, for example, PGE doesn't maintain income data for every customer, but we have ways of approximating it if they're eligible for the income qualified bill discount, or maybe in other cases, if they're in a census tract which is lower on the income score, then we would assign a tracking metric to that, or a tracking indicator in our customer database. And since you mentioned, Elizabeth, I did want to call out, we heard you in previous sessions talk about the well water issue. And so we have actually been going and reaching out to the Oregon Water Resource Department to try to get maps and GIS information on local well locations. And we're still, as I mentioned, the resiliency factor there, like, so if we're trying to increase emergency backup power, we would be using in our scoring something like, are they in an area that's dependent on wells? So I just want to thank you for bringing that up previously, and we are looking through it and looking to sort of refine that as we go forward.
This would mean they get some sort of external power, or it means that you try to get them turned on quickly because they don't have water?
I'm not going to speak to the program design elements of what, so we have a resilience program lead at PGE who I think is better suited to kind of answer those questions, but I think we are working with our sort of municipal and local nonprofit partners for emergency preparedness and when there might be a disruption. So for instance, during heat events, we sort of have crews or folks going out to look at distributing emergency supplies and things like that. And within the community-based renewable energy field, we're looking at community microgrids. And so that we are in discussion with a number of community partners who want to establish those type of facilities at central kind of public facing areas, including at county buildings or just at nonprofit headquarters that serve certain aspects of communities both that have language barriers and other barriers from accessing typical sort of information. But all of those things will take time to sort of still sort out how we roll those out and deploy them. But that's kind of, it is informing our thinking. So
I noticed that it does it's hard to figure out how to get those resources over to your farm and to how to water your livestock. But I noticed that chat wasn't on today. Is that possible to get that turned on?
I can take that. We're not using the chat today because it was difficult to answer people's questions while we were trying to verbally have a conversation. So we're hoping to, foster more dialogue rather than respond via chat. But the email is always available if you would like to, respond to us and write to us that way. So Diane, would you like to go next?
Sure, thanks. Diane Hinkles here with Small Business Utility Advocates. I will change my name soon here, but I'll be also dropping the phone. Just wondering, where is the CBAG, or that acronym? Where are those? Is there a list of who's in those groups? That would be good to know.
Yeah, I don't know if is Stephen Nakana on from our side, or anyone else who can speak to that, or should we try to send some follow-up information from Diane or to Diane? And good to see you again, Diane, by the way. It's been a while, I think pre-pandemic, before we last
I think it's maybe heard from Guillermo a bit and Guillermo Castillo, but yeah, likewise, thanks.
I think we'll send it out.
Morning, Andy. I am on.
Oh, hey, Stephen.
Yes, good morning, and that's a great question. So we are working on standing up the CBIAG, and in fact, we had hired a local firm to just help us on thinking through on how best to stand it up and things to consider. And I think we actually partnered, and some folks that were part of that ad hoc initial group might be on this call. And now we are going to be going into a recruitment process and just figuring out who might be interested to be on the CBIAG. So folks will be getting a notification pretty soon. We were just in the first phase of really scoping out how best to stand it up. So happy to reach out to folks that will be interested in participating on the CBIAG. Thank you.
For now, that helps me. Thank you.
Thanks, Diane. So I have two more questions here for this topic, which should work well for timing. Craig, I know you have your hand up first, and then Marie, I'll call on you next.
Yes, thank you. I have seen with BPA and the Northwest Power Planning Council where they're talking about 20% of customers these days are having a very difficult time paying their power bills. And I'm concerned about, one, what are the trends? Are you tracking the trends as to how those folks are increasing? And also, when you're talking about people on fixed incomes or disabilities, and particularly those people who live in pre-76 mobile home parks where there is virtually no insulation, how are you addressing those people who have to make choices between whether they pay for rent or food or their utilities?
Thanks, Craig. And yes, we see, about 17 or approximately 17 to 20% of our customers do qualify for that lower income and income qualified bill discount as well. So I think that trend, I would say that that's something we do keep in mind and look at, as well as working with our partners on So Energy Trust of Oregon and Oregon Housing Community Services, like I said, has been part of a state low-income working group and coordinating group. I think there was some work out of Executive Order 17 or 1720, I think, back in 2017, which kicked off a number of work streams. But I think the issue persists, and so we definitely, in terms of how to lift people out and provide more income so they can cover their expenses, and also then try to find ways to reduce their bill. So I mentioned the community benefit indicator as a way to focus attention on program delivery where possible to make those programs more accessible to customers. And we certainly continue to be motivated and interested to push with our partners in that direction. But thanks for calling that out. I think it is a longstanding issue. To the mobile home question and the pre-76 vintage, I think that is something that we're very interested in with the activity going on at Energy Trust and at the state level, you know, with the mobile home replacement program or manufactured housing replacement program. So that's been a pilot for some years. And I think Representative Marsh and company just, well, I shouldn't speak out of turn. I don't know if that bill got through, but it was in the legislative session. And I believe they're seeking additional funding, as well as with the Oregon Global Warming Commission calling out that type of mobile home replacement as a great opportunity. So you get, for example, just to pause a moment on Craig's observation. So you can get energy savings from replacing those older units. Both you lower the bill for the customer, as well as the relationship Energy Trust has put forth is partnering with Craft 3 to put in and with Oregon Housing Community Services to basically cover the community benefits indicator side. So Oregon Housing Community Services is motivated to improve the health and well-being of the occupants of the housing, to get it up to code and make sure it's an efficient, healthy home. And then Energy Trust picks up the energy savings portion, and then Craft 3 picks up the remainder, which overall those customers get into a lower monthly bill with a new home, and it's a great program. And so PG is definitely motivated to see that type of thing accelerate and reach wider communities. So thank you, Craig.
Thanks, Andy. So Marie, so we'll take this last question from Marie, and then I will move us into the next topic.
Hi, thank you. My question, I guess, is I have two questions. So on these different CBI metrics, you're referring to the environmental justice communities, and I'm wondering how PGE is defining those, and whether the EJ communities are limited to just ones within PGE's service territory, or if you're looking beyond your service territory as well, because some of the metrics seem like, you know, if you're trying to reduce energy burden, you know, it might make sense to have it limited to just communities that you serve. But if you're talking about, like, you know, workforce opportunities, that seems like, you know, it might be more statewide. And then the second part of my question is whether you've defined what communities, like within your service territory, you have identified as EJ communities.
Yeah, thank you. I'll start with the second one first and then go to the first one, just because I want to reiterate sort of what I mentioned in response to Elizabeth's question. So the definition I listed, and I think we can send around a link or chat maybe about the definition in House Bill 2021 of EJ communities. So those rural, coastal, experiencing low income communities of color, those type of definitions, and tribal communities. So those definitions, you know, we're putting together a wide variety of, like I said, geospatial information, customer data, publicly available data, and other available data sources to inform how we identify sort of populations that we want to target with different interventions here or different program offerings. But that's kind of at the base level. It's not to say that if something comes along that's going to benefit someone else, it's not a strict limiter. So we would not try to say, I mean, it might be an eligibility criteria for certain programs, of course, but in the broad sense, if we're making improvements like a community microgrid, for example, and that provides broad scale benefit to those customers living in the area, or that might be able to, especially if it's at a public facing building, access those services during emergency outage times, that certainly could benefit a wider number of people, and we hope for and expect that. This is really to the community benefit indicators at those target communities is really at the EJ communities, as we said, is really to reflect the leadership of the energy advocates who sort of put forth a lot of the work to get that as a focal point of the bill and of the subsequent workshops, and as we heard from them sort of directly, that was we're sort of trying to gear our interim metrics here to reflect what we heard from our communities. So that was the second question you said. The first one was more about is it in or for only customers in our service area, that type of thing. As I kind of just listed the definition, so obviously we don't have coastal customers, and we have relatively less rural customers than PacifiCorp in Oregon, but we do have some irrigation and rural customers, and so we certainly will do our best to keep assessing which indicators align with which populations, and the community benefits here, they kind of speak inherently to communities, and since we're looking at sort of our ability to effectuate an impact through these programs and energy resources, those customers, we're still kind of thinking about it, but I would say there's benefits that will cross borders, but it's kind of these ones right here are geared towards identifying mostly our customers and communities.
Thank you so much, Andy. So Shadia, if you could go to the topic slide for the next presentation, that would be great. And so Rob Campbell, Tomas Morrissey, and Nahit Shah will be presenting today about our draft portfolio analysis results and scoring. Shadia will go ahead and advance the slides when you guys are ready, and I will help facilitate questions. You can go ahead whenever you'd like, and yeah, we'll be here to support you.
All right, thanks, Jesse. I'm Tomas Morrissey. I'm an analyst on the IRP team. And if we can go to the next slide, please. I'll be kicking off today. Before we dive into the material, this is a reminder of what we've discussed in the past meetings that relates to portfolio analysis. In October, we discussed some of the transmission questions and constraints that go into the portfolio analysis. In November, we talked about some of the proposed portfolios that we're building for analysis. And in December, we started sharing some draft results. Today, we're going to start with a capacity and really energy need update. We'll then talk about the analysis approach, design requirements, and the draft results. So let's go ahead and move to the next slide, please. All right, we're going to talk about a capacity need update. It's really more of a input update to the IRP. Let's go ahead and go to the next slide, please. We are going to talk about the capacity aspect of it, though. And just as a reminder, when we're discussing capacity, that usually involves the Sequoia model. Sequoia is a stochastic adequacy model that we use to simulate loads and resource combinations on our system. And it focuses on two questions. The first question is, how much capacity do we need to keep the system adequate on a planning basis throughout the planning horizon, which is 2043? And Sequoia also answers, how much capacity do new resources or existing resources provide to the system? The model was developed following the 2019 IRP and was used in the 2019 IRP update and is being used in the ongoing 2021 RFP. It's our long-term planning model. It's not really an operations model. It targets also a seasonal winter/summer adequacy level of 1 day in 10 years, which we interpret as 2.4 loss of load hours per year. Let's move to the next slide, please. So this is the big input change that we're discussing today. It's regarding coal strip. Coal strip units 3 and 4 are located in Montana. They're coal-fired power facilities, and PG owns a 20% share of both units. In aggregate, it's about 300 nameplate megawatts. PGE is actively engaged in conversations with other coal strip co-owners on a commercial solution for the facility that's in the best interest of all parties and balances reliability and affordability for PGE customers. In past 2023 IRP modeling, we have been assuming that the plant exits the portfolio at the end of 2025. However, due to some uncertainty, we're revising this assumption in the IRP, and we're now assuming that PGE offtakes power from coal strip through the end of 2029. Let's go ahead and move to the next slide, please. So this graph shows our new reference capacity need. And the big impact from this change in the assumption is occurring in years 2026 through 2029. Previously, coal strip was offline in those years. And now that it's online, this reduces our capacity need in years 2026 through 2029 by approximately 300 megawatts. We still have a capacity need that grows in year 2026. That's largely due to some contracts expiring. But now the need is lower through 2029. Then in 2030, when we assume coal strip is exiting the portfolio, we see the capacity need grow again to levels that are similar to what we were sharing previously. Our capacity needs then grow throughout the 2030s until they reach 2040. And there's a big step up there. And that step up is assuming that we can no longer use our natural gas plants to provide retail load service. If we're able to somehow fuel switch these plants to a greenhouse gas-free fuel, that step would be a lot smaller or potentially disappear. Additionally, in this graph, you'll notice there's two lines. We're looking at both winter and summer needs. The summer needs are shown in the coral colored line. They're a little bit higher than the winter needs, which are shown below in the blue line. I see we're getting some questions. Why don't we wait till I get through the next slide? That's the final one on this topic, and then we can take the questions.
Great, thank you.
So that's a look at the capacity impact. This graph is showing something different. This is discussing more the energy need impact. One thing we talked about in the last meeting is we are using what we call the greenhouse gas intermediary model to determine how much power we can retain from our resources that have greenhouse gas emissions associated with them. And what you're seeing in the graph are two different scenarios. In the orange line is what we were previously using, and this is showing how much power we can retain from resources with greenhouse gas emissions associated with them when coal strip goes offline at the end of 2025. In blue, it's the same concept, but it's coal strip providing power to the company through 2029. And you'll notice it's a bit lower. And the reason it's lower is that we're trying to balance the utilization of all of our thermal units in this model. And since coal strip has a higher greenhouse gas intensity than our other units, when we include in the portfolio, it reduces the amount of greenhouse gas associated energy that we can retain for retail load service. And as a result, it also will slightly increase the amount of renewables we need to stay on the different glide paths from year 2026 through 2029. This graph is showing the linear glide path assumption, but you'd have a similar impact if you're using the different glide paths. And we'll have a slide or two on the glide paths later on in this presentation. So with that, I see we have some questions.
Thanks, Tomas. So Kathy, would you like to go first?
Yeah, okay, good. You put the right slide on. I'm not seeing any, well, okay, a couple of questions. One is, you're assuming that you can't use renewable natural gas because when you burn it, it creates emissions. Is that correct?
We do have some scenarios where we look at, I think, fuel switching at a blend or entirely with new builds to hydrogen. We haven't really looked at renewable natural gas in detail in the IRP. And Seth or others, correct me if I'm wrong on that, but
So we've discussed it. We're planning on discussing it qualitatively in the IRP. Though when you consider the blending, what we're really doing mechanically to evaluate that blending is to reduce the emission factors of the existing plants. And so you could interpret the hydrogen blending portfolio that we discuss later on in this presentation. You could interpret that as just a fuel blending in general. And so the costs and benefits associated with it will be reflected in that portfolio. But if it's of interest, we can try to dive deeper into RNG supply and demand estimates further than the qualitative treatment that we've given it so far.
Okay, I'm not sure that actually answered my question because I was talking about the HB 2021 limit on non-emitting, and renewable natural gas is still emitting, or do you get to use renewable thermal credits to cover it up, or other ways of being allowed to use it even though it's
I see what you said. Okay.
putting out carbon dioxide?
For sure. So to your second question, I don't think any credits can change the obligations associated with HB 2021. It's a emissions-based standard. And so regardless of the RECs or any other credit, the monitoring and reporting and requirements are all associated with greenhouse gas emissions. And so yeah, it would be just that. So we haven't specifically looked at RNG as a HB 2021 compliance. I think that answers your question.
Yeah. And also, actually, I noticed in NW Natural's last thing there also talked about synthetic methane. So now I'm looking to see whether they're planning on providing that to you. My second question is, I'm not surprised to see an equally big glitch at 2030 because of the 80% reduction requirement in HB 2021 and 2030.
We do have that 80% reduction requirement. It doesn't really impact our capacity need. We're assuming that we're acquiring a lot of carbon-free power via renewables from now through 2030. So by the time we get to 2030, we're assuming that our existing thermal units can still run for the purposes of resource adequacy. So the HB 2021 greenhouse gas targets don't really affect the adequacy picture until year 2040, when we're required to be 100% greenhouse gas free for retail load service.
Okay, thank you. That's kind of surprising.
Thanks, Kathy. Let's go to our next stakeholder.
Hi.
So Abe, I think you're up.
Yeah, it's
Thank
Abe from the Oregon Public Utility Commission. I just want to ask Thomas, the graph for the previous date of retirement, would it be just the same with the 300 megawatt offset? That's my first question. The other thing is the megawatt of need. How often is that on an hourly basis for the year?
Good questions. So the first one, it is roughly 300 megawatts. So if we had Colstrip in this graph retiring or leaving our portfolio at the end of 2025, the red and blue lines between years 2026 and 2029 would be about 300 megawatts higher. This is showing Colstrip continuing to provide power in years 2026 through 2029. As far as how kind of large the outages are, I don't have that data in front of me right now. I think we could get it out of the model. The model really targets how much capacity we need to acquire, or really effective capacity we need to acquire to get the loss of load hour target down to 2.4. I think you're thinking more of like EUE, which is expected unserved energy. That's more the total amount of energy that's expected to be out in a year. And let me see if we can pull that up. We don't have that handy at this moment.
Yeah, okay, thank you. I'm just thinking with regards to the forecasted sort of peak hours that you would face during those years, and how is it like, how much percentage of the year that this will actually be required, those 300 megawatts?
Yeah, that's a good question. It's primarily in the model. And we shared a heat map some months ago, and it's changed a bit, but it's probably still similar. We're primarily seeing in the model challenges with adequacy in the evening hours in the summer, primarily July and August.
Yep.
And then the evening and to some extent the morning hours in the winter, primarily December and January.
Okay, thank you.
Great. Really appreciate the conversation, Abe. Let's go to Craig. It looks like you're up next. Craig Patterson.
Yes, thank you. There are three issues that I have yet to see modeling, whether it's your modeling or the Northwest Power Planning Council's modeling, address. And those issues are, one, when you're talking about curtailing very energy dense resources that generate electricity 24/7, and you're talking about replacing them with renewables, which are intermittent, and there still isn't the infrastructure to really bring Wyoming's wind energy or Arizona's and California's solar energy here. How are you addressing that transition? Number two is the experience in Texas a few winters ago, where parasitic capitalism increased the cost to, I believe it was $9,000 a megawatt because of shortages. And where is the modeling that is addressing shortages? And then thirdly, where are we learning from history relative to the projected energy shortfalls in the 70s that led to whoops? And in 82, Peter Johnson of BPA was saying that we no longer have a shortage, that we have a surplus. And that was, I think, largely a function of the rapidly increasing costs of generation. So there's three issues there that are interrelated. And how does your modeling address those three issues? Thank you.
Yeah, those are good questions. On the first one, that has to do, I think, with like resource flexibility and the ability for resources to move their generation or ramp up and down to meet needs. And this model, the Sequoia model, you mentioned earlier, it's not an operations model. It doesn't really do flexibility well. And because of that, we contracted with a consultancy, Blue Marble, to do a flexibility study for us. We presented on that, I want to say in the November or October roundtable, and it'll be included as well in the forthcoming IRP. It's a really big question though, and it's something we think about a lot. The system 10 years from today will likely be a very different system than it is right now. And we're currently taking first steps, I think, like with the Blue Marble example, to model the increased variability of resource production, but we probably have some more steps to go as well. On the second note, so Sequoia is our adequacy model, and it's trying to ensure that we're procuring sufficient resources to remain resource adequate in the IRP. We're also actively working with the Western Power Pool WRAP program. WRAP stands for the Western, I'm going to butcher the acronym. It's the adequacy program that the Power Pool is currently standing up. And one really nice thing about WRAP is it's regional. So it's not just PGE looking at the PGE system. It's a regional look at how utilities across the Northwest and really across the greater West stack up in terms of reliability. And It's not stood up yet. I'm hopeful that it does get stood up. I think there's a lot of promise and a lot of positive items that'll come out of that program in terms of resource adequacy. So we are very actively thinking about adequacy and trying to avoid what happened in ERCOT.
Well, also, one other aspect I think that isn't being addressed is the fact that we have some of the cheapest energy in the country. And if new renewables are coming online, why would they sell them to the Pacific Northwest when they can sell them to other jurisdictions for 2, 3, 4 times as much money?
I'm not sure if we really dig into that in IRP. We are assuming when we build new resources that they're being built to serve PGE retail load.
Yeah, it's a good comment, Craig. I know we've talked about this in other venues before too with you. I think we understand kind of your comment and your concern, but I don't think we're gonna go further into that in this presentation today. But definitely appreciate your input and yeah, your continued participation. I am going to move on to our next stakeholder. So Fred, I know that you have your hand up. And then Marie, you also have your hand up. And then we're gonna move on to the rest of this presentation.
Yeah, it's Fred Hewitt, Northwest Energy Coalition. So this is a bit of a Colstrip coming back in the portfolio is a bit of a surprise. A couple things I will note about that. Avista just announced last week that they are selling their portion of Colstrip after 2025 to Northwestern Energy. And I'm thinking also about the consequences of this in terms of the effect it has on the resource portfolio. Colstrip, a rough back of the envelope assessment looking at Colstrip, PG's share of Colstrip, it's about 1.2 million tons of CO2 a year. That's one, that would now be extended for several years, on PG's account, and that would also delay, at least in part, the potential for using the Colstrip transmission that PG owns to bring in Montana clean energy resources. Wind's pretty obvious, but also maybe solar, pump storage, battery storage, whatever they may have. So the question I have is, the only thing you say on the slides here is, looking at, I think at slide number 28, due to uncertainty. And so the question is, what's changed?
Yeah, Fred, that's a great question. And right now there are active discussions regarding Colstrip, and unfortunately we don't have additional details we can share today. I'm really hoping we'll have more details that we can share in the near future. I would view this as an interim assumption right now. It could change before the IRP is finalized. But no, it's an excellent question, and I wish I had more to share today, but we don't.
Thanks,
Okay, so basically this is a change that's in effect been forced into the analysis. I would observe that PG has done a lot of pretty in-depth analysis of Colstrip in recent years, actually some quite innovative analytic approaches, and that all concluded that letting go of Colstrip after 2025 was the best outcome. So again, look forward to further information about this. Thanks.
Thank you, Fred. Marie?
Yeah, my question was the same as Fred. I just wanted to know what specifically was leading to the uncertainty, since it was pretty vague here. Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, again, it's a good question. Unfortunately, we don't have additional information to share on that today, and we really hope we'll have an update in the not so distant future on that.
Sudeshna, do you want to ask a quick question before we move on?
Yes, quickly. Since there's some uncertainty has cropped up, do you think you can do like a specific like scenario analysis where Colstrip is still leaving Colstrip in 2025 still?
Potentially, we are to some extent also waiting for more refined IRP assumptions. So when we get new assumptions that are hopefully a little more refined to go into modeling, yeah, that's a potential avenue of exploration.
Yeah, if I could jump in, Sudesh, yeah, absolutely. If it's of interest and there still remains uncertainty around the treatment of Colstrip, we could certainly do sensitivity analysis around any of the portfolios, preferred portfolio, the whole thing, based on different assumptions, changing this capacity need. Mechanically, it's relatively simple. It's trying to find, the trick is trying to find the right set of assumptions that satiate the interest. And as Tomas is explaining, this is a modeling assumption that we have now. We put these slides here to explain the difference between the portfolio analysis that we presented in December's meeting and what we're doing today. But again, both of those were draft portfolio analysis. This isn't our final decision. This isn't a company decision. This is an IRP modeling decision based off the uncertainty that we have. And as we go forward, as hopefully we get more certainty, then we'll start to nail this down. Until we do, yeah, we can certainly do sensitivity analysis around that.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Tomas. Shadia, could you put us back at the first slide of the next? Okay, perfect. Okay, so let's move into the next section of this topic.
And thanks, Jesse. Yeah, hi everyone. I'm Rob Campbell, and I'll be covering the next couple sections here. Going over first a review of our approach and design requirements for portfolio analysis, and then getting into some draft portfolio results, highlighting some key insights that we've noticed so far in the analysis, and then I'll be passing it off to Nahit to present the draft preferred portfolio that we've constructed based on the insights that we have so far. Next slide, please. Oh, I think we've actually skipped too far ahead in the presentation. You can keep going back. Yeah, forward one, please. Sorry, other direction. I think we want to go to slide 32. There we go. Thank you. Getting into portfolio analysis approach, this is a review of a slide we've presented before. It's just a really high level look at our approach to portfolio analysis, in that we create a number of different portfolios. We run them through our model, ROSI, and subject them to a number of different scenarios across different potential futures for resource needs, technology costs, and price futures, and develop ROSI develops different resource build-outs for each of those future scenarios. We then evaluate each portfolio across all of the resource builds that are created across all the scenarios, evaluate them using cost and risk metrics, and then use the information from that scoring process to develop a preferred portfolio that takes a lot of the best aspects of the portfolios that we've analyzed and puts them all into a single preferred portfolio. Next slide, please. And so, yeah, the approach that we've presented before that I just described is still our approach, but we've sort of continued to refine the approach in this IRP in order to tailor portfolio analysis to the specific needs and challenges that we're addressing this time around. And so what we've done with portfolio analysis this time is really tried to tailor it to focus in on some key questions, and those questions being what should be the pace of emissions reductions to meet HB 2021 requirements, which resource actions maximize community benefits, will community-based renewables or CBREs lower system costs, should PGE pursue additional energy efficiency and demand response to what was previously planned, is there sufficient transmission available to meet HB 2021 targets in 2030, and do transmission expansion options provide a way for PGE to meet system needs at the lowest cost. So by answering these questions, we can provide key insights on how to balance cost, risk, rate of greenhouse gas emissions reductions, and community benefits. And so we've developed a number of portfolio categories designed specifically to try to tease out the answers to these specific questions. And then we've developed a draft preferred portfolio based on the insights that we've gained so far. Next slide, please. So we have evaluated 40 portfolios across 7 different portfolio categories. As I described on the previous slide, that these categories are designed, tailor designed to try to help us gain insight on the key questions that we're exploring in the IRP. So we have decarbonization glide path portfolios that explore the relationship between the rate of emissions reductions associated with serving retail load and the cost and risk associated with doing that at different rates, all while meeting or exceeding HB 2021 requirement timelines. We have transmission portfolios that studied the need for transmission, the timing of the need, and the corresponding magnitude needed over time to reliably decarbonize the system in light of the existing contractual transmission environment that has created constraints on the system that we've incorporated into the model. CBRE portfolios that explore the relationship between cost, risks, and community benefits. Additional EE and DR portfolios that determine if and how the role of these resources could change with the changing planning environment. We have a group of optimized portfolios that test the effects of different assumptions about our method of optimization, the objective functions we use in the model to minimize costs, and the timeframes that we're considering in the minimization. This group is still under development, and so it's not yet complete, and we don't have results for these today, but we will in future meetings. Then we have a couple of targeted policy portfolios to inform stakeholder discussion on some specific policy questions, and then a group of emerging technology portfolios designed to understand the impact of emerging technologies on our resource build out. Next slide, please. Okay, yeah, now we'll just go over a quick review of some key portfolio design requirements on the next slide, please. So these are some of the key assumptions and key constraints that we have in our portfolio modeling model, ROSI. And these represent the base assumptions that we use across all portfolios as a default setting, except where modified in specific portfolios where we've designed them to test how changing assumptions affect outcomes. So the first being emissions. So all portfolios must comply with HB 2021 greenhouse gas emissions reductions targets. resource procurement opportunities for incremental resource additions are available starting in 2026 in all portfolios. Energy position, starting in 2026, portfolios can't be long more than 100 average megawatts in any given year. Contract expirations, we have dealt with, there's an uncertainty in a range of contracts that we have that are set to expire, but some portion of which may be extended. And so our assumption in all these portfolios is that a portion of those contracts, 200 megawatts of non-emitting contracts, are extended through the year 2030. We have a generic resource that is a non-emitting resource with it's a perfect capacity resource, 100% ELCC, and it's a 50% capacity factor. It can be thought of as a resource of last resort to allow the model to meet resource needs for energy and capacity in cases where the constraints imposed in the model to try to most realistically represent the system we're operating within prevent the model from solving. Otherwise, the model can add generic resource to be able to solve, and it's a resource with very high fixed costs, with the goal of the model only turning to this resource as a last resort after all of the other resources have been utilized. RPS assumptions, all portfolios comply with RPS obligations, and transmission portfolios are subject to transmission constraints based on the BPA contractual landscape that we've discussed in previous roundtable meetings.
Rob, do you mind taking a question from Rose at this point?
Yeah, sure.
Thank you.
Thank you, Rob. This is Rose Anderson, OPUC staff. My question's about the generic resource. I guess, what are the variable costs like for that resource? And is there a real resource that it's theoretically based on?
It's a good question. It doesn't have any variable costs the way we've currently defined it. And it's not designed to represent any particular technology. It can be sort of used as a thought exercise to think about any number of potential emerging technologies that we just don't have the information about at this point that might emerge in the future as options for us.
Rob, I'll jump into that. Rosa, as we'll get to in the transmission portfolios especially, but the generic resource is used in large part to identify problems. So if you try to, for example, I'm jumping the gun here, but in transmission portfolios, if you tried to show what would happen in portfolio analysis if there were no upgrades to the existing contractual system, you would have, the model just wouldn't solve, right? Because there's insufficient capacity to meet all system needs over the entire planning horizon to 2043. So we throw in this extremely expensive resource that's got, capacity and energy, just make it very high cost. And that tells you if the model ever selects this resource, you've got a problem. And so we're using this generic resource sort of intentionally, not as a like a placeholder for other resources, but to identify where gaps happen. And it's still sort of evolving right now as we develop this portfolio analysis approach. But in general, we're using it specifically to either identify problems or identify solutions. And we'll get into that later on. But it's not supposed to represent any one specific resource.
Thank you.
Thanks, Seth. Okay, I think we can move on to the next slide then. Okay, so now we'll get into some draft results for these groups of portfolios that I mentioned just previously. And just want to emphasize that these results are draft results. They are, still a work in progress. We're open to feedback and open to incorporating feedback in the next round of analysis. So these results are still subject to change. However, we draw some key insights from the results that we have currently, and we feel pretty confident in the key takeaways that we are finding currently. But yeah, just to note that these are not final, and the specific numbers are still subject to change in the future as we continue to refine these. The next slide, please. So first we'll cover the decarbonization glide path portfolios that we've designed to try to help us determine what the glide path from 2026 through 2030 should be. So we have 5 portfolios in this group, 3 of which meet HB 2021 targets on time, and 2 of which we're calling the accelerated decarbonization portfolios, achieve targets ahead of the schedule set by HB 2021. So in the 3 on time portfolios, we have GHG1, which meets 2030 targets by a linear glide path. GHG2 front loads the emissions reductions in that 2026 through 2030 period, and then GHG3 backloads them, starting off slower and then increasing emissions reductions as you get closer to 2030. In the accelerated decarbonization portfolios, GHG4 achieves 100% carbon reduction by 2035 as opposed to 2040, and GHG5 achieves all the targets 2 years ahead of schedule, so 80% by 2028, 90% by 2033, and 100% by 2038. Next slide, please. So here we just have a graphical representation of what I was just describing with these glide path portfolios. This shows the emissions associated with serving retail load for each of the glide paths. Looking up through 2030, you can see we've got the gray line is linear decline, and that represents both GHG1 and GHG4 through 2030. You can see the turquoise one on top is the backloaded, where it starts off slower and then emissions rate reductions increase. The green one shows front loaded, where you start off reducing at a higher rate and then taper off towards 2030. And then you can see in the red GHG5, where you're meeting targets ahead of time and happening at a more rapid rate. Yeah, then after 2030, you can see some more divergence where after 2030, all the GHG 1, 2, and 3 follow the same trajectory afterward, and GHG 4 and 5 diverge to meet targets early. I see we have a question.
Yeah, I just didn't see the dark blue GHG1 line. Is that because it's following the same path as some of the others?
Yeah, that's what's going on there. So before 2030, it's following the same path as GHG4, and so it's hidden behind the GHG4 line. And then after 2030, it's following the same path as 2 and 3, and it looks like we see, which one do we see 3? So I guess yeah, it's to CGHG1, you follow the gray and then the turquoise. Okay, if that covers it, then we can move on to the next slide.
Yeah, thanks.
Sure. So in this graph, we have the cumulative emissions for each of the glide paths across the full time horizon of portfolio analysis from 2024 through 2043. So on the right, we can see the two accelerated decarbonization portfolios that produce low emissions in general relative to the other three, although with GHG5 producing the lowest, and then actually GHG4 producing just slightly more than GHG2, which is the front-loaded portfolio. And then looking at the three on-time glide paths, you can see that GHG3, the backloaded portfolio, as you might expect, has the highest cumulative emissions. And GHG2, the front-loaded portfolio, has the lowest, with the linear falling just about in between those two. Next slide, please. So here we have the resource buildouts for each of these portfolios from, I guess, through 2030, with megawatts on the y-axis and different resource types represented by the different blocks of colors or patterns in the bar charts. And so this, we'll see this type of graph for each of the portfolio groups as we go forward. So I'll just kind of cover what we're seeing here, and it'll apply to a bunch of the slides that we're going to cover from here on out. So on the bottom of the stack, we can see the 200 megawatts of contract extension in sort of khaki color, and then turquoise CBREs, purple additional energy efficiency and demand response, blue storage, orange hybrids, yellow solar, green wind, and then two different patterns used to represent transmission upgrades or expansion options, with the market access referring to the proxy transmission expansion options, which we're not seeing any on here, but it has like a diagonal sort of pattern, and then the upgrade south of Austin upgrade looks kind of like bricks, and then finally we have red representing the generic resource that we discussed a minute ago. And so right away you can see jumping out in the GHG5 portfolio that the generic resource is added in 2029, suggesting that meeting targets 2 years ahead of schedule isn't realistic without the addition of this this generic resource that we've put in as a resource of last resort. Other than that, seeing pretty similar resource builds across the other portfolios, with there are small differences with GHG2 adding resources a little earlier, GHG3 adding resources a little later, and GHG4 actually showing the same resource build through 2030 as GHG1, because it follows the linear glide path to 2030 and then diverges afterwards. So there's differences there that will show up in the that would show up will show up in the cost and risk metrics, but that you don't see in the resource build through 2030. I guess one final note on the resource build here, we're seeing, with GHG5, the fact that we're seeing generic show up early, having the model having to rely on the generic in 2029. This is all sensitive to the assumptions that we make about resource availability with transmission constraints and the availability of energy efficiency, additional energy efficiency and demand response and CBREs. So as we see, these resource builds in this and other portfolio groups, just have to keep in mind that sort of the constraints that underlie this that drive a lot of what we're seeing here. And I guess one more thing to note, another thing that will carry through all the results that we'll be going through is this is for the reference case. There are, I think, a total of 378 total futures that we looked at, or scenarios that we looked at for each portfolio, and this shows the reference case. So reference need, reference price future, reference technology cost. And so there are alternative resource builds for each of these that we could show for the other futures. With higher need future, you'd have to have more resources across all these portfolios, or for a low need future, there'd be less required. So, okay, I think we can move on to the next slide. So here we have on the right cost and risk metrics for the two accelerated glide path portfolios, as well as the linear glide path, so comparing the accelerated to the linear. And you can see, well, I guess a note here that, so we have NPVRR of the reference case portfolio build out, or resource build out on top. And then we have the semi-deviation of NPVRR in green on the bottom. And semi-deviation is a measure of the variability across all those 378 futures, and represents risk associated with potential high cost outcomes. And these metrics are all calculated over the full portfolio analysis time horizon of 2024 through 2043. So while with the resource builds we're just showing through 2030, these capture the full effect of the entire 20-year time horizon. So what we see with these results are that sort of intuitively, as you might expect, GHG5 and GHG4 have higher costs, with GHG5 being the most expensive. There's a number of things contributing to this effect where as you have to add resources earlier in the planning horizon, it leads to a more costly portfolio due to discounting, in which costs accrued later in the time period have less of an impact because they're discounted, and technology cost curves where the assumptions about the rate of technological and economic development of resources leads them to decline in costs through time. So the later you wait to add resources, generally the less they're going to cost. And then with GHG5, the fact that it had to add the generic backstop resource early on in the planning horizon, that's going to increase costs as well. So some of the key insights that we see here: achieving HB 2021 targets earlier than mandated in GHG 4 and 5 increases system costs, and meeting the targets 2 years ahead of schedule increases costs the most. GHG5 produces the lowest emissions, as we saw in the, I think, 2 slides previous to this, but increases dependence on new transmission options or emerging technologies, as represented by the fact that it had to rely on that generic resource. And then meeting HB 2021 targets as currently mandated best balance greenhouse gas reductions, risk, and cost.
Rob, do you have time to take a question from Fred Hewitt here?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it's Fred. So a slightly technical question. I had never seen the term semi-deviation before, so I looked it up. I gather it's basically the lower side or the higher risk side of the standard deviation. It's used in financial analysis. And I guess my question is, how are you using this, or what do you look for? How do we evaluate what that does?
Yeah, that's a good question, Fred. Yeah, so as you accurately described, it's a measure of variability that focuses just on, in this case, the high cost outcomes. And so we use it to represent essentially the risk of experiencing high cost outcomes across the other futures relative to the reference case. And so we're not really looking at, I guess, the specific magnitude of the numbers that we're seeing. It's more about the relative level of risk that we're seeing across the portfolios. And so in general, as you see lower risk for a portfolio, that's good, that's beneficial. We're seeing, there's less risk of ending up with a high cost outcome if we end up in a future that doesn't look like the reference case. However, there are sometimes some trends that take a little while to puzzle out, where you would see, in this case, GHG1, like a lot of times the lowest cost portfolio will also have the lowest risk, but sometimes, like in this case, GHG1 actually has a higher semi-deviation than GHG4. And what I think is going on in this particular case is that sometimes, and this is sort of, I guess, a bit of a limitation of the metric, is you can end up with, in a higher cost future, maybe you end up with more consistently higher costs. And so you end up actually with less variability, even though they're higher costs. And so it might appear to be maybe a preferable outcome from a risk perspective, but if you dig into the numbers, it's just that the costs are kind of consistently higher and just not varying as much.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, that's kind of what I figured. It's just unfortunate that I'm sure somebody thought up this term semi-deviation, sort of an offhand thing, and now it's caught on. It's not very descriptive, but I get the meaning of it. My further understanding about this is that this is the thing you would want to use when you don't have symmetric distribution that you're looking at, especially in terms of tail risk. So, for example, and I'm certainly no expert in this, but I read that the CAPM analysis, which is used a lot in rate cases, for example, the capital allocation, I always forget what it stands for, model, is basically based on a symmetric risk. But if you have an asymmetric risk, which is pretty typical in financial risk analysis, this is a way of really assessing what the downside risk, if you want to call it that, the risk of more interest, where you get losses rather than gains in effect. So I can see, the reason for this, but in the future, if you're going to continue using this, I think it would be helpful in the IRP to describe a little bit more in detail what this metric does. Thanks.
Yeah, thanks, Fred. That's a good point. We did discuss it in earlier roundtables, but there's a severe limitation here in that we're only considering your downside or your higher cost risk. Whereas, you know, that risk is a bad thing, but the cheaper uncertainty, that cheaper risk is a good thing. And so mechanically, how you evaluate the semi-deviation up versus the semi-deviation down, you know, there can be definite further refinement in how we calculate that risk, because yeah, you want to, you know, if all things equal, two portfolios with the same semi-deviation up, you want the one with the much larger tail going down. You know, if there's some possibility in a lower cost future that the resource decisions that you take today make it an extremely low cost future, like that's what you should go for. We're still, we struggle with how to calculate this risk metric. And so definitely open to any feedback as to how we can do that better.
All right, thanks.
Elizabeth?
Thanks, Rob.
I had a question about, you were saying that resources added later would tend to cost less because of technological development, but I was thinking that there's an opposite point of view. I didn't know if you were considering that as wind and solar begins to be built out, the easiest land to use, maybe the closest to the transmission lines, the flattest land that's otherwise more positive, maybe it's displacing agriculture less, can get taken up. And so as time goes by, it could actually become more expensive. The solar panels or the wind turbines might become more developed, but the availability of land could become less available. And I noticed that that's the case with fossil fuels. It becomes more expensive to extract them as time goes by. So it seems like that assumption might have its limitations and flaws.
Yeah, thanks. That's definitely a good point. And that's not something that we've worked into our modeling assumptions because we're currently, you know.
Can I interrupt you? We do incorporate the changing what we call TMO, so technological maturity outlook, basically the cost declines that you expect to see out of you know, future development. So if you look backwards, you can see the cost of solar is, you know, clearly coming down sharply. And so we have projections built into you know, the reference case based on how those continue going forward. And we've talked about those before in IRP roundtables. We also incorporate different technology cost futures into the IRP portfolio analysis. So what you're seeing here, again, is the NPVR in the reference case, but the risk metric is calculated over, as Rob mentioned, that 378 other futures. And so you're looking basically at your the upside or the more expensive, the semi-deviation up risk of that. So across that distribution. You're absolutely right that, you know, those cost declines might not be realized. So we think, you know, technology is going to get better, but as you mentioned, land availability, but you could go further in thinking about competition in for these resources as all these policies start to bind across the WEC for greenhouse gas emission reductions. You know, we will be going for these resources, as will every other utility. And so it is certainly possible that, you know, given all the things that you mentioned, plus competition, plus perhaps another supply chain event, there's just a lot of uncertainty that those cost declines might not be realized. And so we tried to incorporate some amount of uncertainty model, but it's definitely possible that we could do to evaluate more of that, perhaps stretching the bounds of those TMOs even further if that's of interest.
Thank you, that's helpful. It also seems like if your previous slide that showed the resource build outs went to 2040, that we would be able to see more of your assumptions, because you would see more what's required to get there rather than stopping at 2030, which is the easier
For
piece.
sure. Yeah. So we've got, I mean, we have for each one of these portfolios, for each one of the futures, we have the resource build out going out to 2043. We try to, it's a judgment call as to, you know, the more years you add, the less, or the more information you have to add, which, you know, makes it a little bit more muddled. And so it's a judgment call to say, okay, well, 2030 is the, you know, a year of interest. In previous IRPs, we've only looked at action plan additions sometimes. Other times we've looked all the way out through the 2050 and the sometimes in the 2019 IRP. So definitely hear you. We've got that information. Happy to provide it to you afterwards, or in other roundtables as well.
Thank you.
So Rob, I'm going to make a slight adjustment. If you could cover the next slide, because I know this is slide 1 of 2. So if you could cover the next one, and then I'd like to take a 10-minute break so that people can take care of themselves. And just in case we need to move through the break later, I want to make sure we give people a break now. So.
That sounds great. Thanks, Jesse.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so on this slide, we have similar setup to what we were just looking at in the last slide, but this time we are comparing the 3 on-time glide path portfolios. And so we have the cost and risk metrics on the right. You can see moving from left to right, highest to lowest cost, and can see that GHG2, the front-loaded glide path, has the highest cost and highest risk. On the right, GHG3 has the lowest cost and risk with the backloaded glide path, and then GHG1 linear glide path falls in between. These are intuitive results based on the logic of discounting and resource cost declines, as we discussed. Some key takeaways here from these findings. While the cumulative emissions of GHG1 are close to the average of GHG2 and 3, if you can recall from the emissions graph that we showed a few slides back, it was the emissions of GHG1 fell kind of right in between those two. But however, with the costs, GHG1 is much closer to the lesser expensive GHG3 than the GHG2 more expensive outcome. So kind of showing a potential benefit there where you're getting closer to the lower costs, but ending up more in the middle with the emissions reductions. We also see that GHG3 is the lowest cost, but increases risks such as increased uncertainties in available transmission inventory. So these are sort of cost and risk that are not really captured in these metrics themselves, but you can imagine it's in the reality of having to procure resources for these portfolios, procurement delays and other supply chain constraints, operational risks associated with adding large quantities of resources in a small amount of time as you ramp up reductions as you get close to 2030, and then the risk of regulatory delays of the approval process if you try to do everything sort of last minute. So a key takeaway here, and from this whole group of glide path portfolios, is that PGE should use the linear reduction pathway through 2030 in the preferred portfolio, and it's used as well as the default assumption in all other portfolios going forward in the presentation. And with that, unless there are any questions on this slide, I think we can move to the break.
Hey, Rob, before we do, can I just add one last point here? Is that in both of these decarbonization glide path analyses shown on the previous slide and this one as well, we're seeing that in a portfolio modeling perspective, emission reductions increase costs. And that's consistent across every portfolio that we're seeing relative to portfolios with fewer emission reductions. So there is a trade-off here between cost increase and emission reductions. And that seems like a simple point, but I think it's an important one that we, collectively understand that there is judgment that is needed between, finding the right level of emission reductions and cost increases. But that relationship is real. And I don't think we're going to find a way as we build to 2030 of reducing emissions and lowering costs at the same time. Again, that's a simple point, but I think an important one to ground set, whatever, to level set amongst each other that this is the reality going forward in this energy system. Yeah, I see a hand.
I noticed that greenhouse gas 4 had low emissions. The cost was only slightly higher. It didn't have the large deviation. So it seems like it provides you an alternative to 1 in keeping the cost down, and it has way less of the risk of the competition and the regulatory delays and those sorts of things that could make the situation for the other options not as promising as they appear, because assumptions could turn out to be wrong.
Yeah, no, that's definitely a great point. And the judgment of how we think about the relative cost increase to the size of the emission reductions is going to be an important one. Understand too, though, that this view of cost right now is established in IRP guidelines. So taking the net present value of revenue requirement across the entire planning horizon, that is a requirement for us to do, going back to some PUC order from 2007. So we're required to do this, but also through the UM 2225 process, there's an additional requirement that we're looking forward to going through, where we're presenting yearly price changes, both on a total value and as well as normalized by megawatt hours. And so this is what you're seeing is one perspective that can help us inform portfolio analysis, but also soon we're hoping the next roundtable, we are discussing those yearly price changes as well. And so that will give us a different set of information to make these decisions as to which portfolios we think and which modeling assumptions are appropriate. For example, you could have the same NPVR but have very different near and long-term price impacts, and just by the function of taking the present value of those different portfolios. And so we're hoping to have a much more robust conversation about the decarbonization glide paths. For now, we're using these portfolios to say, okay, in terms of our serving retail load, we think that the linear reduction is the appropriate one for now, but there's going to be more information that we're going to use by the time we file this thing as to what is the most appropriate choice. Keep in mind, though, that these emission reductions, the glide paths, they will make slight changes in the resource procurement on a relative basis. The numbers are all large, so the changes here associated with the different greenhouse gas glide paths, they're relatively small in terms of additional resource additions as we build to 2030. Once 2030 or the greenhouse gas 4 and 5 portfolios, the accelerated decarbonization, those, once we get to 2030, it all basically turns the same, unless we're doing one of the accelerated glide paths. And so we are talking about an important topic here, but just keep in mind, over the 20-year resource plan, these are going to be relatively small changes in resource buildouts. Okay, so that's me talking a lot about this, really just to say that there will be more analysis on this point to hone in on what the appropriate decarbonization glide path is going forward. And this is just initial portfolio analysis results that inform our initial choices as we go into the other arms of the portfolio analysis section.
Thanks, Seth. So let's take a 10-minute break here. You can leave and join with the same meeting link. You can stay on and we'll just make sure everyone's muted. But let's meet back here at 10:46 and we'll continue with Rob's presentation. Okay, welcome back. And make sure Rob's here before we get started. I know 10 minutes seems like a long time, but it goes by quickly.
I'm here.
Great. Okay. So, and I know Shadi is here. She just chatted with me, so we can pick up when you're ready.
Okay, thanks, Jesse. Next, we'll start with the next slide, please. Okay, so the next group of portfolios that we'll cover are the transmission portfolios. We have quite a few portfolios in this group, and they've been split into subcategories. So we have the first subcategory is informational. So these represent portfolios that we don't view as options for us to go pursue. They represent situations that we want to explore sort of at the extreme end of things to see the effects on portfolio outcomes. So we have in this category, no transmission constraints and no transmission upgrades available. And then in the transmission diversity portfolio group, we have unconstrained SOA and unconstrained SOA plus other options. As a reminder, SOA here refers to south of Alston upgrade, which can represent a number of potential future actions that would increase our access to the existing transmission system in the Pacific Northwest and increases our access to the standard set of IRP proxy resources. So we have one portfolio that in this category, unconstrained SOA, that allows unlimited south of Alston upgrade beginning in 2027, and then unconstrained SOA plus other options allows that same unlimited access to SOA, as well as access to two new transmission expansion options. One that expands to Wyoming and unlocks wind resource as well as market access, and then another that expands to Nevada and unlocks a solar resource as well as market access. These, similar to the south of Alston, these are proxies that represent, used to represent a wide range of potential future opportunities for transmission expansion outside of the immediate region for PGE. And then we have a group of transmission timing portfolios where we vary the timing of availability of the three transmission options that I just discussed, with 6 of them just allowing access to one of the options at a time and varying the timing, and then one of them, SOA 2027 plus, which unlocks south of Alston, 400 megawatts of south of Alston 2027, and also allows access to each of the expansion proxies in 2026. So next slide, please. So here we have the resource build-outs for the informational portfolios, unconstrained and no upgrades. Unconstrained represents essentially how modeling was done in the 2019 IRP, where the model has unlimited access to the existing set of IRP proxy resources with no transmission constraints considered. And then the no upgrades portfolio, where transmission constraints are in place and there is no access to south of Alston or Wyoming or Nevada transmission expansion. And you can see the differences in the resource builds here. Unconstrained, when it has access to unlimited access to Pacific Northwest proxy resources, builds a lot of renewables and some storage, but yeah, takes advantage of that access to off-system renewables. And then in the no upgrades, you can see that it has to add the generic resource starting in 2029, showing that the system can't be maintained without some extra assumption about access to another resource when you don't have access to those transmission upgrades opportunities. Next slide, please. So on this slide, we have an analysis we did using the unconstrained. Wait, is that right? Is it the unconstrained? The unconstrained. Oh, sorry. The no upgrades option portfolio, where we're looking at the amount of generic resource that was needed when you don't have access to the transmission upgrades. And so in this table, we use that as a way to approximate how much transmission might be needed to maintain the system. And so, these results are sensitive to the assumptions we've made about that generic resource, but when you're looking at 100% ELCC, 50% capacity factor resource, we can see that by 2030, we need 210 megawatts of transmission to maintain the system reliably. That grows to over 1,500 megawatts by 2035 and just keeps getting bigger out through 2043. So some takeaways from this, we can see that, that transmission is really the single largest factor impacting the economics and timing of resource additions in this IRP. Transmission need is significant and required for PGE to reliably decarbonize and meet 2030 targets of HB 2021. And yeah, as we see in the numbers in the table, transmission needs arise by 2030 at the latest, assuming no constraints on distributed connected resources.
Before we go to these questions, I'd like to add as well that, this is the caveat here based on 100% ELCC, 50% capacity factor. So basically the assumption of what's on the other end of this line greatly influences these results. So if you assume a lower ELCC, a higher or lower capacity factor, you would get pretty significantly different numbers in this table. We're planning on doing that in the filed IRP to show different ranges, basically saying that, how what kind of resources could you get from these transmission lines that would help direct the estimates of transmission need. This is informational at this point, just showing that this is the type of analysis that we can do. But to assume, we have to make an assumption on what's on the other end of the line, and that's the results are greatly sensitive to that.
Okay, Rob, can we take 3 questions at this time?
Yes.
Okay, Fred, would you like to go first?
Yeah, a couple questions. One I have on this slide, but actually the first question is on the previous one about the south of Alston. Without getting into the details, because I know it's complicated, I'm not quite sure about the phrasing here. Unlimited south of Alston transmission access, and then south of Alston upgrade. I'm unclear about what has to change for those to occur.
Yeah, so let me take this one, Rob. So Fred, we talked a lot about this proxy south of Alston congestion relief option. In most portfolio analysis, we've capped it at 400 megawatts available in 2027 to be representative of something that could be done in the near term to alleviate the congestion we feel on south of Alston. We're also saying that the unconstrained south of Alston relief is basically, okay, what that really means is, okay, what if you opened up access, think of a black box that just opened up access to all of the transmission resources that we would get from BPA, that we would get moving across BPA to PGE's load. So we've used the word SOA here to identify where the congestion is coming from, but the specific things that would lead to the relief of that are not necessarily on south of Alston.
Okay, yeah, that actually, I can see that without getting into the all the gory details. I presume that that includes the effect of the retirement of the second unit at Centralia, which is north of the South Falls constraint, and is a pretty significant contributor to that constraint. The unit that's going out in 2025. So I presume that that's included in your analysis.
I'm thinking about, let me get back to you.
Yeah. Okay, fine. That we don't need to get into that in detail here. Second question on the, I think it's actually the slide beyond the one on the screen, talking about the generic resource, 100% ELCC, 50% capacity factor. I'm trying to think of what kind of resource that would look like. That would that be something like a solar battery hybrid, or maybe offshore wind with some shaping? Do you have a kind of generic resource in mind, or this is just sort of a placeholder?
Yeah, it's really just a placeholder. So if we could advance the slides to the transmit, maybe one more. Yeah, this one. Thank you. So it's not necessarily a single thing. So it could be a collection of resources. So like in the proxy resources that we evaluate for the Wyoming winds and the desert Southwest, they come with a wind farm in Wyoming and a solar plant or a solar plant in Nevada, but they also come with market access. So when those wind or solar facilities aren't generating, we think it's reasonable for us to assume on a planning basis that we can also use the transmission line to access other resources in the markets opened up by these transmission lines. So when we say 100% ELCC, what we're saying is we think we can get the megawatts on our peak associated with these transmission lines. That's the planning assumption. So it's not necessarily one, it's many that providing that generation and capacity.
Yeah, I think that makes total sense. The other thing I would just note here is it's a surprise, but kind of a pleasant one, that things look okay at least through 2030. Given you have to have a lot of things go the right way, that gives us some time to think about what to do about new transmission. But there's not that much time, so I appreciate that. Thanks.
Yeah, it's a really good point. So what we're seeing is that based on the characterization of the existing contractual transmission system, we're not, the lights aren't going out tomorrow. And there is some time. That said, it takes a very long time for transmission projects to move. And so the urgency isn't, absolute immediate, but it is very clear. And like you said, it all depends on a lot of things going right for us to have this happen. We should also note the benefit here of Colstrip in that it is reducing our capacity needs to the near term, and so that would drop the transmission need numbers. We're still, I think it's still a reasonable planning assumption to think that we are in good shape until either 2030 or latter part of this decade, but the need is there.
Yeah, just really quickly, because I know we're going to come back in the future to the Colstrip issue. But just to observe, Colstrip's not all that great in terms of reliability. They've had several major outages, units 3 and 4 in the last few years. So, it's running full out right now, but, can we really count on it? And the other thing is, that's transmission that we could use for other things. So just wanted to point that out. Thanks.
Yeah, appreciate the questions and comments.
Yeah, this is Randy Hardy. Can I ask a question?
Oh, yeah, go ahead, Randy, and then Jason, you can ask next.
Sorry, since I'm just audio only.
Yeah, no problem.
The Wyoming, so I want to understand what's behind the Wyoming and Nevada assumptions. I assume the Wyoming assumption, the Wyoming wind assumption, is you're going to participate somehow in B2H, and whether that gets completed in 2026 and whether you can get ATC is possible, maybe even probable, but certainly not certain. But the real question is, B2H just gets you to Boardman. You don't have a way right now to get from Boardman to Portland. So how are you going to, you at least ought to identify that and have some options for dealing with that. And the main option for dealing with that east-west constraint is the Bonneville Big Eddy Chemawa line, which, while Bonneville has initially put it at completion in 2030, I don't think your transmission folks or anybody, including even Bonneville, when you press them on it, thinks that's a 2030 option. It's more like 2035. And I'm assuming your Nevada assumption, you can get it to the CAISO and up to, and up your section of the AC line. But that, I'm assuming, is completion is only available upon the completion of your Round Butte to Santiam or whatever it is line that you have in the last page of your thing. And that has, given that you're upgrading from 230 to 500, that is not a 2030 item, I don't think. That's more like 2035. So how do you deal with those, what I would characterize as construction realities of the two transmission options that you're assuming are all available in 2030?
Yeah, appreciate the points. I would just say that from a very high level, this is the first time IRP analysis has incorporated the realistic, an attempt at realism in the transmission constraints. Before, we have just assumed that all resources bring their own transmission need. And so as we've been developing this over the past couple of months, we've had to take some pretty admittedly strong assumptions about what is a proxy transmission resource and what could potentially be given at the ends. Now, I think everything you're saying are realistic concerns, but what we're doing with this transmission analysis is trying to identify proxy directional benefits associated with potential new resource options. Now, as you'll see, as we go to the action plan, we're not saying build a line to Wyoming or contract with a line out to Wyoming. What we're saying is, I'm jumping ahead here, but continued study of this. Continued study will hopefully address some of the questions that you're raising. We're unable to do that given the constraints that we face as an IRP team, but a more refined, better study, I think, would. And so totally hear you, you're bringing up valid concerns, but from a very high level, this is incorporating a thing into portfolio analysis that's very new and very challenging, honestly. And so the assumptions, again, are very strong and the results are sensitive to that. But the takeaway that we're gleaning from this analysis is just that we should continue studying this.
Okay, I understand that, and I understand that it's really beyond the scope of the IRP to do detailed analysis of what your transmission options are. But ultimately here, before you can go forward on anything, you need to look at least three options. One is the Big Eddy to Chemawa line. The second is the Cascade Renewable underwater line in the Columbia River, and the third is what you suggested in the last page of your analysis of the Bethel to Round Butte line. And until you can look at the practical realities of that, you have no idea of what you can or can't do. I understand these are all assumptions, but they are a minor part of the analysis you need to do before you can demonstrate the feasibility of any of these assumptions.
Yeah, appreciate the point, but again, we don't take that level of confidence or stand in any of the resource actions. We say if we say in the action plan, like go out and get 250 average megawatts of renewables, we don't say where they're going to be located or what specific projects. We say, no, these are basically representative based on the needs and forecasted costs. And we do a lot of analysis in the RFP. We're suggesting similar analysis happen in the transmission system as well. And so again, this is high level directional analysis. And before the company does anything, I think a much more developed analysis will take place, similar to what you're suggesting.
Understood.
So I'm going to move on to Jason and have you ask your question so that we can keep moving forward.
Hey, thank you. It's Jason. I had some similar questions that are related to those realities and about the dates and times of the transmission assumptions. And I had a question about this slide, but maybe could you go back 2 slides? Because that's kind of the stuff Randy was just questioning. And my question, kind of same general theme about the assumptions, but more targeted towards offshore wind. I noticed in the emerging tech, so again, jumping ahead a little bit, emerging tech options being studied, one was for offshore wind. Is that assuming the transmission just shows up for that resource? Yeah. Is there something about, what we talked about with Randy and the realities and open questions of how that happens is too ambiguous? So, and some kind of
Hey, Jason, I'm sorry, kind of breaking up, but I think I got the flavor of your question. No, we haven't layered in any transmission upgrades cost to the offshore wind scenario. We're just saying if that resource was available at a given quantity, what could that do to our system cost and benefits and risk metrics? We certainly could look at different cost options there as well. So if that's of interest, that could be something that we look into.
Yeah, I think it relates to, the future study and support or continued study and support of certain topics. So if there was a transmission need for offshore wind, I think it'd be valuable to look at that and see what the near-term actions could be identified, in your IRP for that. And then it's kind of similar, like I see some results here out to 2030, but nothing beyond that. And I'm sure I'll see it in the IRP, the future years, like that I'm more used to seeing in a 20-year analysis. But it'd be interesting to see the resource mixes based on these transmission scenarios further out. At least I'd like to see those, and wondering if there was anything that jumped out. I'm not able to see it right now, but maybe that's just something that has to wait for the full IRP to be filed. But that was a question. And then now that you have this slide up right here, I was hoping you could tie it together for me really easily. That next slide with the transmission builds. So is it proper to look at this like in 2030, 210 megawatts? You need transmission upgrades to accommodate 210 megawatts. And like you said, if it's not 100% ELCC 50% capacity factor, then you would need more. And that is that kind of, if you go back then to that last slide on the 2030 resource stack, can you just draw a line between the chart, the table on slide 46 and the no upgrade scenario on slide 45? Yeah. I'm kind of seeing it as the transmission upgrades are tied to those resources, right?
Yeah. So like I mentioned, a couple questions there. Like I mentioned before, there's a trade-off here between number of years in the analysis that we show in this section, and just the we're trying to drive simple messages from the answers, and everything after 2030, it's highly uncertain. If you go back to the 2019 IRP, look at our resource build after the first couple of years, it gets less than useful. And so what we're doing here is we're trying to make a judgment call as to what resources are, what years of analysis are useful to communicate our points, but not overload these slides with information. That said, we do have all this information out to 2043 for every price need and technology cost future. And so we can provide more. It sounds like that's of interest. But again, those results after 2030, to 2030, we're saying everything's based off of available technology right now. Once you get past that 2030, it becomes really sensitive to the input assumptions that you have, forecasts of costs that for resources that are incredibly uncertain. And so for that reason, we chose 2030. But again, if there's an interest, we can. So going to your last question, the tie out between this table that you're seeing and the graph before. So can you please move to the slide before? So that generic red, that is, and then now flip to the next slide, that 210, that's essentially the same thing. So you're going for, or you need in the no upgrade scenario, that additional 210. And so if you had again, go back to the last slide, please. In the no upgrades scenario, if you had that go out to 2043, then you would get the numbers that you have in that table on the next slide. Sorry, we're just flipping back and forth here, but eventually you would see 3,725 megawatts of that generic resource. Again, that's wholly dependent on the assumptions of what you're getting from that transmission. And so if you get less capacity contribution and less of a capacity factor, less energy, and less capacity, those numbers go up. This information it's informational, but highly sensitive to that assumption.
Thanks, Jason. Appreciate your question. I have two more. Rob, do you have time for 2 questions now, or should we try to keep moving? What's your preference?
Yeah, it might be nice to make a little progress through here. We still have a lot of slides to cover. So if possible, might be good to work our way through a little further before taking more questions.
Marie and Fred, could you jot down your questions and I'll call on you first the next time we have a spot for questions? Thank you. All right, go ahead.
Thanks, Jesse. Okay, so I think with that, then we can move to the next slide. So here we have the cost and risk metrics of the unconstrained and no upgrades portfolios. This highlights pretty drastically how expensive it can get to not have access to transmission upgrades. And want to point out that, we see a huge difference here from approximately $19 billion NPVRR up to 47 billion for no upgrades. And that number is really a function of that 47 billion is really a function of the costs that we assume for the generic resource. So we don't want to put too much stock in that actual number itself, other than seeing that it's really expensive, and it demonstrates that without upgrades, we are not going to have the ability to maintain the system. This also demonstrates just that the presence of transmission constraints, it increases the costs on these portfolios across the board. So in the absence of having to deal with transmission constraints, it would be a lot cheaper, but in the reality we're working with, that adds costs to these portfolios. Some insights here: without transmission constraints, CBREs are not selected, and only a minimal amount of additional EE is added. That would be in the unconstrained portfolio. Including transmission constraints makes additional EE and CBREs more competitive. Not investing in transmission significantly increases portfolio costs, as can be seen with the no upgrades costs. And then, even after including additional EE and DR, we see the transmission needs growing rapidly through 2030 and through the end of the planning horizon, as we saw on the table in the last graph. Next slide, please. So here we have the resource bills through 2030 of the unconstrained SOA and unconstrained SOA plus portfolios, with SOA becoming available in 2027 in unconstrained SOA, and same in unconstrained SOA plus, with the addition that it also has access to the Wyoming and Nevada proxies. What we can see here is that these two portfolios resulted in the exact same reference case resource build through 2030. So the model is preferring to select the SOA upgrade, and demonstrates that with sufficient expanded access to transmission in the Pacific Northwest, there's sufficient resources to reliably decarbonize the system without leaving the region. Okay, next slide, please. So here we just have the cost and risk metrics of those two portfolios. We can see that because they had the same resource build, they have the exact same resource build in the reference future. They have the same NPVRR. They have slightly different risk metrics, with unconstrained SOA having a little bit higher risk than unconstrained SOA plus. I think showing that in some of the higher need futures, although the transmission proxies to Wyoming and Nevada were not selected in the reference case, and some of the high need futures, the model leaned on those to be able to solve, and that ended up lowering some costs in the high need futures. Next slide, please. Here we have the resource builds for the transmission timing portfolios. There's a lot going on here. You can see where the resources are coming in different times. With Nevada solar in 2026, you can see that transmission and solar showing up in 2026. For the Wyoming wind in 2026, you can see the same thing, except for wind showing up instead. The key thing to note here is that all of these portfolios were able to maintain the system reliably and build enough resources to solve without the addition of the expensive generic resource through 2030. Next slide, please. I see we have another question. Jesse, do we want to keep moving, you think, and take some questions a little later, or are we back to taking questions again?
I think get through, I was thinking that you could get through your slides in this section, and then we'd take more questions, just because I want to prioritize getting through the information. Is that okay?
Yeah, that works with me.
Okay, Jason, I've got you noted down. And Bill, I've got you noted down as well. I'll come back to you guys.
Okay, thanks. Okay, so on the right, we have cost and risk metrics for these portfolios. We can see costs declining as you move from left to right, with the Nevada transmission portfolios being the most costly, followed by the Wyoming wind portfolios, and then the SOA portfolios. And then when you get all the way to the right, the portfolio that has access to both SOA and the Wyoming and Nevada transmission expansion proxies has the lowest cost and lowest risk out of all these portfolios. After implementing all transmission constraints, investing only in new transmission options or only increasing access to existing IRP proxy resources is sufficient to reliably decarbonize through 2030, as we saw in the resource build out on the previous slide. And actions to increase access to IRP proxy resources and explore new transmission options result in least cost and least risk portfolios that meet HB 2021 targets. So the key takeaway here The preferred portfolio should pursue all opportunities to increase access to current proxy resources in 2027 through the SOA expansion, and include access to new transmission options in 2026 through those Wyoming and Nevada expansion proxies in order to minimize cost and risk. Next slide, please. So moving on to the CBRE.
I know we said otherwise, but let's stop at the transmission section and get the questions that people had here.
Okay.
Oh, okay, let's do that. Thanks. So Marie, would you like to go?
Sure. I had my earlier question. I have a couple more that came up in the more recent slides, but I guess the first question was kind of getting at the same thing Randy Hardy was asking about on slide 44 regarding the specific, the transmission portfolios. And I think you've answered my question, but just to clarify, so those portfolios are kind of based on a hypothetical and not an actual project that you think, you know, could be online and, for example, bring additional 400 megawatts to Wyoming in 2026.
Yes, this is directional analysis based off of proxies. The proxies were discussed over a number of roundtable meetings in the fall.
Okay. And then on slide 47, so it sounds to me like you were looking at, and maybe this is something that's getting you'll get into on the next slides, because I see that that's to talk about the CBREs, but so it sounds like this looks at what the transmission constraint impacts, how the transmission constraints impact the CBREs and EE, but have you looked at whether the CBREs and energy efficiency could have an impact on, for example, in terms of like avoiding a needed transmission upgrade?
It's a great question that we're going to get to. The short answer is yes. There's extreme value for CBREs and energy efficiency in displacing these transmission benefits or transmission costs. So yes, that will be hopefully drilled home in the next two sections.
Okay, and then my final question is on slide 50. Where we're looking at the resource builds, and in 2029, in those last three scenarios on the right, there's the SOA upgrade. So is that representing additional access to other market resources that you would have if there's a South of Alston upgrade?
Yeah, that's a good question. So the South of Alston proxy is different than the other one. So the Wyoming and Nevada transmission proxy assumptions bring market access, whereas the South of Alston alleviation proxy does not. So what the South of Alston does is South of Alston congestion alleviation proxy. What that does is basically just open up BPA, open up transmission across BPA for the resources that we traditionally have looked at to get to PGE. So imagine Southeast Washington is this perfect resource, costless, provides GHG free generation. We could get 400 more megawatts of it after paying the costs associated with the South of Alston alleviation.
Okay, thank you. That's all from me.
Thanks, Marie. Fred, you're up next if you're ready to go.
Yeah, a couple of observations and a question, really, and a kind of a request in the form of a question. So just first to note, based on Randy and Jason already talked about this, there are quite a few options on the table for expansion. They're all somewhat different. I think there's even more to talk about beyond the ones I mentioned. For example, what about the potential of converting AC to DC going across the Cascades? We should look at that. I don't know if it's feasible or what the cost would be, or how soon it could be done, but it might be a it's easier to do an upgrade of an existing path than to try to do a greenfield transmission development, obviously. The one more note about the Cascade project, the about, I guess, 1,000 or 1,100 megawatts line that's being proposed to run down the Columbia River from the Dalles to Portland. That has just received a WEC Path 3 rating approval. So phase 3, sorry, path rating approval. So that's, they've gone through that, and that's an interesting project. The Northwest Energy Coalition doesn't take positions generally for or against specific transmission projects, but I hope that they're talking with PGE about that. A third point is and this, I know you're going to get into this later on, is what the impact of participation in a market, day ahead market or an RTO might do to the ability to access renewables that are not currently accessible. So that's something to think about. And I think the last point I want to mention is, requested this before, and I probably will put this in writing, but I think that this discussion really indicates that we need a more in-depth discussion of the transmission-related issues for the IRP. And so if it would be helpful, I'm going to make that request in writing. Thanks.
Yeah, appreciate the comments. So a couple things, we're not looking at specific projects. We're looking at proxies. The Columbia River, the line going underneath the Columbia River, that's really interesting. And I think our portfolio modeling is showing that anything that you can do to open up capacity across BPA's system would be a benefit. So if this does that, or if it's a DC line does that, that provides incredible value to us. So the directional analysis we're doing would clearly support those options. In terms of market access for an RTO, we have looked at that as it's a regulatory requirement, but there's significantly more information that we would need to make assumptions about what a regional market would do for us. Right now in our RTO portfolio, which we'll be showing in a little bit, it has a reduction in capacity need. That's a number that we have proposed. There's not a lot of weight behind it. There's not a lot of rigor behind it. And so it's again going to be incredibly sensitive. The results of that portfolio analysis is going to be incredibly sensitive to the assumptions that we put in, and we don't have a lot of confidence in those numbers yet. So a lot more work needs to be done there, but we won't be providing much in the way of rigor towards that effort in this IRP.
All right, thanks. If I could come back on a couple of quick points. Thanks on the point about the market assessment. I'm glad at least you're getting started on that. I think all the utilities ought to be looking at, where Pacific Core has already announced they want to be in the EDAM. I think one of the wrinkles here is that Bonneville has equally indicated interest in Markets Plus, the SP Southwest Power Pool offering. We face the prospect of a hard seam running through this region, which also could impact the availability of the kind of transmission hurdles and so forth to get access. So I think, there's a lot of things in the air there. I'm not suggesting that, it looks like we need to do a lot more analysis on that. Trying to remember now what my other point was. Yes, obviously. Your one other observation here about the analysis, I think it's actually helpful to look at this in terms of, if different kinds of new transmission become available, what is the impact on the portfolio? I think that's a very good way to look at it. But one underlying observation, and you've already shown the importance of the south of the kind of broadly speaking, a kind of broad south of Alston focus, to remove the constraint or to add to the available capacity there. An underlying assumption there is about a lot of things that Bonneville will or will not do. And all I will say about that right now is we know two things. We don't know what Bonneville is thinking, and they won't tell us. And this is a really significant problem. And I think points in the direction that I think I'm already thinking. I think your presentation today provides a lot of support for this. It's time for us to go talk to the commission, the Oregon Public Utility Commission, about some kind of transmission strategy for Oregon, not just for PG, but for all of the investor owns. Because of this, the issue is, in my view, we now have to start looking at alternatives to what Bonneville may be willing or may not be willing to provide. Thanks.
Yeah, appreciate the comment. And I think the analysis that we're providing would be would directly inform that conversation. Absolutely.
Okay, thanks, Fred. So Jason, I know that you had your hand up a few slides ago. Would you like to go?
Yeah, sure. I think my question may have been clarified a little bit, at least for me, in reading between the lines, but it was about the south of Austin chunks on any of these graphs and kind of what that represents. And it sounds like that could be, correct me if I'm wrong, but a mixture of existing assets, existing generation resources, potentially serving more PG's load without the south of Austin constraint, or a mix of new resources, potentially, for example, like resources that are in interconnection queues in BPA territory, PGE territory, correct?
Yeah, I think the answer is the latter. So just we're looking at incremental resource additions. The south of Austin upgrade would provide the opportunity to have 400 megawatts more.
Yeah, so that chunk is not necessarily the transmission. It's a new resource, incremental additional generation.
Yep.
Got it.
Okay, great. Bill Pasco, you are up next. Would you like to speak?
Thanks, Jesse. I haven't been on one of these calls for a while. I'm sitting out here in Montana scrambling to catch up with all the good work that you guys have done. And as part of that catch-up process, I've gone back and listened to the roundtables from the fall. And I know in one of those roundtables, maybe 2 or 3 ago, there was some discussion about the Montana to Washington transmission project. And then that conversation was not carried forward. I really think it should be. I think when you look at the market proxies that are in here, the Wyoming market with new transmission and the Nevada market with new transmission, the Montana market with M2W would be much less expensive. It would be much less risky because it doesn't involve new rights of way and new lines. And it would also be quicker to come to fruition, again, because you don't have all those issues of doing a greenfield project. I realize it's late in the process. And so if at this point it's too late to develop something like that and run the analysis and include it in the portfolios, I think it would be worth your while at least to discuss it somewhere in the IRP. And I would also make the comment that I think this goes a little beyond the IRP, because this Montana to Washington thing is a limited opportunity. It's low-hanging fruit. And so it's going to be first come, first serve. And I think it would be a good thing for Portland to think about that with a sense of urgency. And as I've offered before, I'd be glad to get on the phone with Seth and others on the team, and with Randy Hardy, if you'd like to join that conversation, we could go a little deeper.
Yeah, thanks, Bill. Appreciate the comment. So, again, this is high-level directional analysis, looking at proxies, not specific projects. The action plan, like the giant takeaway, once we get to a preferred portfolio, which we're discussing next, and then going to an action plan, is that continued study of these off-system resources is warranted. So when we think about what we're asking or we're proposing to ask the commission to acknowledge is that we get better at this. And
yeah, and Seth, I get that,
there's a lot of limitations in our modeling, and there's also limitations in time, and there's a number of other questions that we need to be looking at before we actually transact in one of these potential projects. And so this further analysis will happen, but it's not going to be in this IRP. We're extremely limited in our ability to conduct additional analysis towards this, but acknowledging that there are many levels underneath of real concerns that you and others have brought up, and potential other solutions that we're not looking at. In this IRP, we're talking about directional analysis based off of high-level proxy assumptions. All the results are sensitive to those proxy assumptions. That said, the direction is to study this more. And so that's what we're going to go for, what we're proposing in our action plan today, to go forward and ask the commission to acknowledge our further study as we look into these new options for us to potentially transact on them. And so again, appreciate the comment that you and others have been raising about potential limitations of our study and other options that we're not studying. Fully acknowledge that the incorporation of both additional proxy options and consideration of other constraints would lead to a better analysis. But
yes,
given
Seth,
limitations on our time.
Seth, I acknowledge all of that and thought I did in my comments that you guys are well along in this process. And so, taking a look at a new portfolio at this point might be impossible. But I just want to make the point again that this Montana to Washington thing is a limited opportunity, first come, first serve. And I'm not sure if you guys want to be putting it on the same schedule to study with greenfield projects to Nevada and to Wyoming.
I appreciate it.
Okay.
Thanks, Bill. Let's move to the next stakeholder. Arlene, I had a note that you had a question, and then Corey be up next.
Yes, I had a question on market access, and it's pretty much been answered, whether market access is a good thing or a bad thing. So thank you. I'll just listen more.
Thank you. All right, Corey, can go ahead and ask your question, and then I'm going to move us into the next section on the CBREs.
Should be quick clarifying question on the south of Alston upgrade that gives kind of access to traditional BPA resources. Should we be thinking about that as it relates to kind of traditional BPA distribution factors where, say, a 10 megawatt project in John Day to PGE might need 2 megawatts of south of Alston and 8 megawatts of cross cascade transmission? Kind of is that, we're looking at the chunks of south of Alston upgrade on like slide 48. Is there an implied equivalent cross cascade need in that?
It's a good question. So what we're saying is black box. What would happen if our ability to add 400 more megawatts somewhere out in Southeast Washington or wherever we're looking at is enabled? And so black box, whatever it takes. And so that would be alleviation on a number of flow gates, but most pressing is the south of Alston. I think that answers your question. Is that right? Did I answer?
It's kind of like a perfect BPA access resource rather than specifically just enabling south of Alston. This is kind of a gigawatt of pure BPA access for Southeast Oregon or kind of Southeast Washington wind.
Totally. Yeah, absolutely. And it's assuming that we get all of it, right? So everybody wants it. And we're saying, okay, if we get 400 megawatts more of, this perfect BPA access.
Yeah, so it's less south of Alston than kind of BPA market or something, or BPA flow gate.
Yes, south of Alston is just the sort of the brands to the option. We just haven't changed it, but it really means BPA access.
All right, thank you.
Okay, Rob, go ahead and pick up on your next section.
So we should be at the CBRE, the start of the CBRE slide.
I think it's 53
right there.
Or 52, sorry.
One back. Yeah, there you go.
Okay, thank you. So now we'll dive into the results for the CBRE portfolios, where we have 5 portfolios, looking at different levels of availability of CBREs, ranging from none available at all in the unavailable portfolio to all the way up through 100% of CBREs are sort of forced into the model, and where 100% that's in the default CBREs portfolio, and then a portfolio where 100% is available in CBREs compete economically against other resources in the optimized CBREs portfolio. Next slide, please. So here we have the resource builds for the CBRE portfolios. Moving from left to right, we have the smallest amount of CBREs all the way up to the largest amount on the right. To note here on the two portfolios on the right, default CBREs and CBRE optimize, both of these portfolios end up with the full amount of CBREs. When you give the model the option to select the full 155 megawatts of CBREs, it selects all of them. And this is a finding that's driven by transmission constraints, as we saw earlier with the unconstrained transmission portfolio, where without any transmission constraints, CBREs weren't being added, but with those transmission constraints applied, we are seeing it select all of the CBREs. And so if they're in a transmission constrained world, they're an important way to reduce portfolio costs and risk. Next slide, please. So we have a question.
I get my cat off my lap. Okay, I'm not sure how you're using the CBREs. Are you assuming that they will be putting their electricity on the local distribution system and therefore not need transmission, or are you, if not, how are you getting them on transmission lines when they're now scattered all over Eastern Oregon?
Yeah, that's a good question. And yeah, we are assuming that these are on-system resources that aren't subject to the same transmission constraints that the off-system renewables are.
I'm not sure I understood that.
Yeah, so these resources are assumed to be on system and are not subject to those constraints. So they're not transmission constrained.
So does that mean that the electricity stays local?
Yeah, so I'll jump in. So these are distribution connected resources. So yes, the generation would be staying basically on system.
Okay. Thanks. I'm on co-chair of the transmission work group for the siting table, which is why I'm really interested in these things.
Thanks, Kathy.
Great. Thanks, Kathy.
Marie, do you have a question as well, it looks like?
Yeah, I think my question is similar to Kathy's, just trying to understand the definition for CBRE that you're using. And then a second question that I had is, it says 100% of achievable potential. So how are you defining like what is the achievable potential?
Yeah. Those are both good questions. We went over the proxy resources that we were talking about, or that we're modeling for CBREs in, I want to say, the November roundtable. So a lot of good information there. There are three types of CBREs, and they are proxy resources. So these are general characteristics, distribution connected. There's an RCBI credit applied to cost. And there is a total potential identified by our DSP team They've said, okay, up to a certain amount is available. And so we have put the costs and benefits associated with those resources into portfolio analysis. And the model is saying, given transmission constraints, you should get everything you possibly can from CBREs because it's cheaper. Even with the estimated cost that we've given them, they are cheaper than your extended transmission build options.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, Craig, I do see your hand, but I would actually like Rob to get through the CBRE slides and then take a few more questions, if that's okay. I'll come back to you.
Okay, thanks, Jesse. So yeah, as Seth just summarized really nicely, really the takeaway of what we're seeing here, as is shown in the cost metrics on the right, as you move from left to right, you get portfolios that have more CBREs, and as the model has access to more CBREs, costs decline. And so, like Seth was saying, in a world with transmission constraints, these CBREs offer an alternative to transmission expansion, and they are showing to be a cheaper alternative that offer a way to lower portfolio costs and risks. And you can see that the default CBREs where the full amount is forced in, and the CBRE optimize portfolio where the model is given the option to select, they have the same cost outcomes because the model is selecting the full available amount up to that achievable potential. So yeah, the key takeaway here is that in terms of construction of a preferred portfolio, the preferred portfolio should include 100% of the CBRE potential to ensure a least cost, least risk portfolio that maximizes community benefits. We can move to the next slide. I think that's it for CBREs. If we wanted to take any CBRE questions before we move on.
Okay, Craig, would you like to ask a question real quick before we jump into the EE?
Yes, thank you. Besides the first 3 points that I made earlier, that I really don't see very much effort being made to address them, there are a number of other issues that aren't being addressed here that I think are relevant, including excess consumption. And the way we have it now, and the way the rate structures are, is that there's no penalty or no even market reality for excess consumption. And in my research, there was one utility that had a declining block rate, and they told me their top consumer was 22,000 kWh a month, probably an indoor grow operation. But the point being is that if excessive consumption is not addressed, and it should be addressed in the rate structure, where the more you use, the more you pay, which lends itself back to conservation being the top priority of the region.
Craig,
and having the most direct.
Craig,
And let me finish. I'm almost finished.
I know, but we do.
Please let me finish. I've got 2 more sentences. I'm
Yes.
just saying it has the most direct and cost-effective way of addressing all of these vast unknowns.
Okay. Appreciate the input. I don't think we're going to address that comment directly. Rob, you can go ahead and move on into the next topic.
Okay, thanks, Jesse. So we can move to the next slide then, please. Excuse me. So now we'll cover additional EE and DER portfolios. We have just 2 portfolios in this category currently. One where we do not have any access to additional EE, or DRs, and one where we have access to 10 average megawatts of additional EE each year from 2026 through 2030, as well as access to the full amount of additional DR. This is a sort of shortened list relative to what we have presented in the past. We're working on this. Currently, there's some ongoing developments with this analysis where in a meeting with ETO recently, we discovered that some of our assumptions about the total quantity of potential additional EE that we were using might not be accurate. And so we're working with them to get that amount figured out. And so we'll be having probably a new set of results for this that at the next meeting. We think that the directional results that we've found looking at the comparison between these two portfolios will still hold and provides some useful insight, but some of the numbers are likely to change and shift around in the future. So next slide, please. Thank you. So here we have the resource builds through 2030 for the no access to additional EE and DR on the left, and 10 average megawatts on the right. And you can see that in 2030, it's a little hard to see. There's a thin slice of generic at the top of the stack on 2030 for the no additional resources portfolio, showing that without access to those additional resources, the model's having to rely on the expensive generic in order to maintain reliability in 2030. Next slide, please. So on the right, we have the cost and risk metrics of the two portfolios. Can see that when the model has access to additional energy efficiency, it reduces portfolio cost and risk. The one thing I forgot to note on the last slide was that even in this situation with considering transmission constraints, model was not selecting any DR, but it was selecting the full available amount of EE. So the EE was showing, energy efficiency was showing to be a effective way to reduce portfolio cost and risk, while the DR was still more expensive relative to the transmission options, transmission expansion options. So given transmission constraints, additional EE could be an effective strategy to decrease costs and risks. Additional demand response is not being chosen, however. In addition, there are procurement risk and cost pressures associated with additional quantities of EE. As a result, we're not currently including additional EE above the cost-effective levels that are already accounted for in our load forecasts, to reducing need in the preferred portfolio.
Rob, looks like Eric has a question if you have time.
Okay.
Thank you. I was hoping you can expand a little bit more on the constraints there for demand response. On the slide, you're saying because it's a capacity product. I think that the prior slide, the little sliver of purple that grouped both EE and demand response together, that was in megawatts, right? Not megawatt hours.
Yeah, so that's a good question and a good distinction. The demand response, which actually that sliver of purple was just showing EE, even though they were grouped together. That was all EE, no demand response. And EE is actually represented in terms of average megawatts, whereas everything else shown in that graph is megawatts.
Okay, yeah. So then if it's a capacity product, I would expect that wouldn't be a reason to exclude it here, but cost would. And could you explain the cost problems with demand response?
Yeah, the demand response, it just has the costs that we have in the model for it currently are just very high fixed costs for the programs. When you start looking at the potential options that are above and beyond cost-effective amounts that are already accounted for in load forecasts. So there's just very expensive options, and they're more expensive than the transmission upgrade or the transmission expansion options. So it's just a case of resource economics where they're more expensive than the other options available.
And that's a cost relative to its capacity contribution, right? And so perhaps part of that cost issue is the degree to which you are seeing it contribute to capacity. Basically, it's ELCC.
Yeah, it's a really
right.
good question. Let me take this, Rob. You're absolutely right that it is a function both of the ELCC of the DR and then also the ELCC of all other options. So it's comparing the costs and according to the fixed and variable costs and the benefits, energy, capacity, flexibility, all of that at once, and making that determination that the fixed cost or the elevated cost of that DR, of those DR options that we have in the model right now, are less preferred than these other resource options, including potentially transmission upgrades. But to go back to your point about energy efficiency, it is a tough topic right now to think about, and we've been doing a lot of thinking internally right now. The concern that we have about energy efficiency is that procuring these additional levels, there is a different sort of rate pressure that we get from energy efficiency than other supply side options. And that happens for a couple reasons. First of all, the costs aren't normalized, so the rate pressure is immediate and representing the full cost of the program in the near term, whereas for other resources we can think of them as a more levelized, spread out over the entire lifetime of the asset. And so the near term rate pressure is a big reason why we have some concerns about the additional energy efficiency that we're seeing now. That said, I think these model results, which, as Rob mentioned, there are serious caveats around these results. We're extremely thankful for ETO for pointing out an error about like 20 hours ago that we had in some of our modeling, and so we're working on remedying that problem. But we think that the model is eventually going to show us a similar story, that with the next slide, the costs and risk go down when you add more of this additional energy efficiency. It's the exact same story that we're getting from CBREs. Transmission is expensive, and anything you can do that generates energy and capacity for your system that doesn't have to bring its own transmission is going to lower both cost and risk. And that's again on this long-term basis, and similar to the decarbonization, or the point I made earlier on the decarbonization point. This is one view, one IRP required view of costs. There are additional views of cost pressure that we're going to be looking at as well. And we think comprehensively, at least at the draft preferred portfolio action plan right now, we think it's appropriate to leave the quantities of energy efficiency, these additional quantities that could potentially lower cost and risk, off for now. Does that make sense, Eric? Does that?
Yes, that's a very, very good answer. I had a really good meeting with Audrey Burkhart this week about a minor memo for approval for some distributed storage. And perhaps you recall your department, her asking you to answer a question about ELCC, like, well, what is that? And so I wonder if part of this could be coordination of your planning with the way that the flexible load as a virtual power plant resource is actually being assessed. Make sure that they're actually assessing ELCC and they're designing it in a way that really meets your needs so that it will be selected, right?
That's a really good point. As we've seen in this modeling, so we've shown before, energy efficiency is incredibly valuable and incredibly effective at reducing capacity need. Its ELCC is great because you're reducing that need at all hours. That includes peak hours. So it's it's providing a significant amount of capacity and then energy as well. And again, absent of transmission constraints, it's just a very, very good resource.
Thank you.
Okay, can we take a question from Fred or comment?
Yeah, thanks. Actually just what just happened with Eric and the response from Seth was kind of in the direction that I'm thinking. The question I have actually is, to what degree does the model represent the peak value of energy efficiency, particularly resources, EE resources that are peak oriented? I'll just say that very broadly. And I just want to say the value of EE and DR is probably larger than we may have thought, and we're getting a very harsh lesson in that right now. Over the long run, what keeps me up at night is not having enough transmission. Over the short run, what keeps me up at night, almost literally, is the immense price surge we've seen in the gas and power markets the last couple of months. It's going to be a very severe shock when that finally hits in the power cost adjustments. But what it really, I think what it really does, and whether these, very inflated gas bubble prices keep happening, I mean, today with moderate demand and not terribly cold weather, the market peak is going to be over $200 a megawatt hour, and probably higher in the morning than the evening right now. That is way different than we were experienced, in this time of year usually. I think it points to a longer term trend. These market price bubbles may or may not, continue in a continuous fashion, but I think we have a lot more risk to that, which dramatically increases the peak value of EE and DR. So I'm wondering if you could talk a little bit more about how the model represents that specifically for energy efficiency.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a great point that you're making. I'm going to ask Tomas to talk about the capacity contribution modeling that he's done and presented on this. But first, I would just say that though, energy efficiency, the models are very clearly saying the benefit associated with them. The relative quantities, which we're still working out, admittedly, but the relative quantities are not quantities available of this additional energy efficiency are not enough to sort of alleviate any of the concerns that we were talking about before for energy, for transmission. Just the megawatt hours just aren't there. Our need is much higher, suggesting that the transmission constraints can be partially offset, but not completely. We're still going to have to do something about transmission. But about the specific modeling, I turn to Tomas, our expert on that.
Hey, Fred, it's Tomas. Starting with energy efficiency, one item to note is there is a decent chunk of energy efficiency already embedded in the model, and that's the cost-effective amount determined by the ETO. We then got additional values from ETO for energy efficiency that they did not select, and we grouped it into 6 different bins. And I believe the bins are largely broken on cost. So the cheapest stuff goes into bin 1, the most expensive stuff goes into bin 6. And in the modeling, we're getting an ELCC of anywhere from like 110 to 125% for energy efficiency. And that's per average megawatt though, so keep that in mind. So that's one average megawatt of ELCC is giving you, 1.1, 1.2-ish megawatts of capacity. For demand response, we also have demand response built into the base case, into the reference case. That comes, I think, out of the DSP, the distributed system plan. And we tested additional increments of demand response by adding more of the same shape. And we have some limitations with our demand response modeling. We're modeling it like a fixed input shape. And I think that can be a bit challenging for the program because as it solves outages, it's not shifting around to hit other hours. It's just staying inside those hours still. And we're seeing ELCC for demand response curtailment programs in the ballpark of 55% in the summer and around 30% for the winter.
So it's Fred, just, yeah, thanks for that. I guess the conclusion is really, my conclusion is, we need to go back and look at these numbers again. There may not be that much more E and DR available, within cost-effective range, even elevating that a bit. But, we ought to get every bit of it we can.
Yeah, I think that's an appropriate takeaway from the modeling that we're seeing.
Rose, can we take your question?
Yes, thanks. I hope you can hear me okay. The question's on the previous slide, and maybe I missed something, but it looks like the additional efficiency scenario has more resource build out than the other, and that seems counterintuitive. I think I do have another question after that.
Could you go back to the previous slide, please?
So 56, Shadia, there you go.
So, Rose, again, these results get a serious caveat right now of under investigation. It's possible that the nameplate megawatt size on the non-cost effective resources is larger because it makes sense that the capacity contribution of energy efficiency is so high that when you remove it, you need additional nameplate to meet the same need. But again, we're double checking all the energy efficiency portfolios right now. So I don't want to read too much into this. How about this? I'm really confident that when we actually figure out all of the inputs and outputs of these E and DR portfolios, that it's going to tell the story that more energy efficiency from a long-term system perspective is a way to reduce cost and risk.
Okay, and you're not, I heard some concern about the near-term rate impacts, but it looked like ultimately you decided that the NPVRR and the risk were lower, and that was a good argument for including the extra efficiency in the preferred portfolio. Is that right?
So the existence of that near-term rate pressure and risk about procurement are the two reasons that we are at this point not including those additional quantities of energy efficiency in the preferred portfolio or going after them in the action plan.
Okay, I guess I have a little bit of a thought about that, which is just that the kind of NPVRR discounting calculation, it seems designed to take into account that near-term cost and compare it to the long-term cost. And if, after weighting those near-term years more heavily than long-term years, your cost metrics were still this dramatic, that's pretty interesting, because the modeling is kind of saying like those near-term cost impacts do ultimately get kind of countered out by the long-term benefits. And I just wanted to point out that like the discounting should take that into account. So maybe the near-term rate impact is not, I'm not sure what I want to conclude, but I just want
Sure. Yeah, I appreciate the point. So yeah, I think similar to the decarbonization portfolios, the new model that we've developed to look at individual portfolio yearly price impacts, we're calling it the annual revenue tool, I think, revenue requirement tool. It's called ART. We're going to be hopefully displaying it and discussing it in detail in the February roundtable. I think it's going to show a different story. And you're absolutely right that the discounting does correct for some of that. But I think even still, you'll see a much higher near-term rate pressure associated with that energy efficiency under current procurement policies that we face right now. And so a more robust discussion on this point is needed. I think the action plan that we are presenting today is a stand based off of what we think we'll be showing in February and what we think the modeling is saying to there. But it's a balance, and we're proposing it as draft, and I understand that you're not willing to take a stand as to what the model is showing us at this point, but at some point we will and need to take that stand, and we're very open to your thoughts there. If the models are saying very conclusively that there should be a different course of action to you, we'll want to know that. We're struggling with this internally as well.
Exactly.
Okay, and Marie, can we take your question? And then Rob, you can go ahead with the next slides.
Yeah, my question is just a quick clarification. So what I'm hearing you guys, so you use the acronym DER in these 3 slides, but are you just referring to demand response, not distributed energy resources?
Yeah, so it's an additional demand response. That could be more clearly stated. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, thanks, Seth, and Tomas too for jumping in for those. Rob, you can pick up where you left off.
Okay, thanks. I think we want to move to slide 59, maybe. Oh, 58, sorry. Okay, so now we'll cover the targeted policy portfolios, of which we have 2. The first is Oregon-only resources, which limits resource availability to Oregon-sided only. And second is physical RPS that enforces physical RPS compliance on the portfolio. Next slide, please. So what we can see in the resource build outs of these 2 portfolios is kind of subtle when you're looking at these graphs, but the Oregon only resources portfolio requires a larger amount of resources because it has access to a less diverse set of resources. And so it has more limited options and kind of not as many good options to meet needs. The physical RPS portfolio, the build out we're seeing here is essentially unaffected by physical RPS compliance because it is the binding constraint is the need to decarbonize for HB 2021. So the build out here we're seeing is essentially just sort of a default case build out. Next slide, please. Looking at the cost and risk metrics of these 2 portfolios, we can see that the cost of the Oregon-only resources portfolio, cost and risk, is higher than in the physical RPS portfolio, with the intuitive outcome that you would expect because it has a more limited set of resource options, and less resource diversity. Yeah, we have a question from Kathy.
Yeah. Okay. I'm curious as to what physical RPS means. Is that you can't use Rex, or is there some other meaning to it?
It just means that you have to rely on the Rex generated by your own resources, your existing and the existing resources in our portfolio and the portfolio, the resources that are added in the portfolio, the Rex generated by those resources to meet our obligation. And we will sort of show a little bit more clearly what that compliance looks like for the preferred portfolio later in the presentation.
Okay, well, maybe I need to wait for that, but I was also wondering how much effect the RPS had given HB 2021, which has such stronger requirements, and whether maybe the RPS has outlived its usefulness.
Yeah, that's a great question. And
I mean, I know HB 2021 explicitly said that you had to follow that, but
yeah, exactly what we're seeing here is that the RPS constraint in the model is no longer having any effect because the need to build resources for HB 2021 is much larger than the requirements would be for RPS. So that's exactly what we're seeing here.
Thank you for the confirmation.
Yeah, thank you, Kathy. Okay, I think we can move on to the next slide. So now we'll cover the emerging technology portfolios. We have, I think, 6 of these. We have a pumped hydro that adds 333 megawatts of pumped hydro storage in 2028, a hydrogen blending portfolio that, as Seth described in response to a question earlier, this portfolio assumes blending of hydrogen as a fuel at our existing natural gas plants, which essentially we're modeling by reducing the emissions rates from those plants. And we have a hydrogen building portfolio where we assume a 100 megawatt new build of hydrogen facility in 2027. We have the offshore wind portfolio that we're considering informational only because it's not something that we're considering actionable within the action plan window, given the timeframes that we're looking at for potential offshore wind availability. That builds 500 megawatts of offshore wind in 2032. Then we have a long duration storage portfolio that adds 139 megawatts of 24-hour battery in 2028. And then the RTO portfolio, which is also an informational portfolio, where starting in 2031, our capacity need is reduced by 200 megawatts each year to represent the benefits of that we might see from joining an RTO. And as Seth explained, it's a very sort of coarse first step towards trying to incorporate the potential benefits of an RTO in our system. Next slide. So here we can see the resource builds of these portfolios. You can see in some of them where the specific resources that are added are showing up. So in long duration storage, you can see in dark green showing up in 2028. Pumped hydro, also represented by dark green, showing up in 2028. The RTO, we're not seeing an effect on the build through 2031 because the impact starts, not seeing the effect on the build through 2030 because the impact happens starting in 2031, but that does affect the cost and risk metrics. Hydrogen building, you can see it showing up in red, not to be confused with the red that was used for a generic resource in previous graphs. Here we have it representing the hydrogen build. Hydrogen blending you're not seeing a specific resource, but it affects the amount of resources needed because of the change in emissions rates and then available energy flowing into the model. And then offshore wind, because that comes into the portfolio in 2032. We're not seeing that in this resource build, but it does impact the cost and risk metrics. Yeah, question from Sashwat.
Hey Rob, this is Sashwat Roy with Renewable Northwest. Is it possible to share like these graphs in a tabular format in terms of numbers? Because it's a little hard to kind of see what kind of resources are being selected. I have to kind of zoom in, and it'll just be easier for, I think, stakeholders to get some numbers behind these charts, if that's possible in the future.
Yeah, I think that's certainly something we could provide in the future. We have that information, and yeah, it's like as Seth was mentioning, hard to find a good balance of amount of information to provide without overwhelming. So we'll see what we can do about getting that information incorporated next time around.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks. Okay, next slide, please. So with these portfolios, we're not drawing a lot of insights that are really directly impacting the preferred portfolio. We're considering these to be more informational and kind of providing directional information about what kind of impacts emerging technologies could have on the portfolio, cost and risk of our resource build out. Well, I think what we're seeing in general is that there is certainly possibility for emerging technologies to, in light of transmission constraints, potentially play a role in the portfolio and reduce cost and risk. But just with the level of detail that we have to characterize these resources in our modeling currently, we're not putting a whole lot of stock in the specific numbers that we're getting from these portfolios. Just taking the lesson that they potentially offer an option for reducing the burden associated with transmission constraints. And so, yeah, key takeaways is we need to keep exploring these options and learn more as we can as we gain more reliable information. Yeah, we have a question from Jason.
Hey, thanks. Thanks, Rob. It's encouraging to see the offshore wind net present value there. I'm wondering though how to interpret that maybe holistically relative to the other resources on the page. The other resources seems like don't require new transmission, just scanning across inherently, whereas offshore wind would. So would there be like any impact of that on the costs to PG customers?
Yeah, like Seth mentioned earlier, we're not currently accounting for any sort of transmission upgrades that would be needed to access offshore wind. And so assuming that it has access to the transmission that it needs to reach our system, it appears to be an attractive option relative to the other emerging technologies, but that certainly is potentially a big factor that it's not being accounted for here.
So yeah, caveat that one basically.
Yeah. Yeah.
And then the long duration storage, you don't have to back up, but I saw it was 139 megawatts, a 24-hour battery. This might be just a nuanced question. I don't know if it is answerable, but is it like an economies of scale aspect that is the benefit of long duration storage, or versus a bundling of more aggregated storage? Like, is that the intent of modeling that is because there's a need for one dedicated single resource to output for more than 10 hours or up to 24 hours? or is it just an economies of scale aspect where it's better, easier, maybe cost efficiencies of doing that, of having a technology that could do that versus an aggregate of storage that could accomplish the same thing, if that makes sense, if my question makes sense.
Rob, I can take this one. Jason, could I maybe reword your question, why a 24-hour battery versus 4 6-hour batteries?
Or just that's even just at its surface level, that's what I'm understanding by reading that on the page, right? That it's intended to designate a single resource versus an aggregation. And then the next level question would be why, if you could help understand that.
So absolutely, it's it is a regulatory requirement, and so we're taking some stabs at answering performance questions about this long duration storage. But the question of basically why not just stack lower duration resources? You do get some cost benefits associated with land and other interconnection costs, things like that, where you have to do it multiple times per battery in our modeling, whereas if you have this long duration storage. Also, there is a tricky part of resource adequacy modeling. Basically, we do it by week, and there's a question of how much energy does the battery have at the start of the week. And so you see a big difference when you start changing that assumption. If you drop it down to 50% or 0 and it has to charge, how effective the resource can be. So there are differences both in costs as well as performance of that resource. But again, these assumptions about both the cost and performance are pretty distant, and there's a lot of uncertainty there. So I don't think we learn much from this analysis.
Thanks. I guess my only other question is, any synergies, caveats for hydrogen around flexible load? I'm assuming that's not captured here. That would be maybe a DR. I don't know where that would flow into your IRP analysis, but
Can you explain your question a little more? What do you mean?
So these are supply. This is supply. I mean, I understood the hydrogen blending, that is the emissions reduction. So a little bit more benefit maybe for a blend there. And then hydrogen building is direct supply side grid generation, and not flexible load, where the hydrogen production, is a better way to maybe characterize it. You're just assuming the hydrogen is off system, doesn't have any ripple effects to your load.
I am 96% sure that the hydrogen building assumptions are assuming an electrolyzer built on site, so it's producing and generating as well. But I can follow up with you on that to make sure I'm thinking of this correctly.
Yeah, you got my question exactly. So just making sure there's no leftover value, or we're capturing everything there.
Totally. Yeah, but I guess what's not included in the blending is we do have cost estimates of the hydrogen, but the infrastructure required to provide it. So the analysis is directional, but again, extremely sensitive to the assumptions that you put into it.
Thanks.
Yep. Okay, so we are at 12:29 by my clock. We said we'd take a break from 12:30 to 1, and I'd like to stick to that time schedule. And so we're going to skip over a bunch of additional portfolio analysis, some sensitivities that we I think are important to give us some comfort around both RPS regulation and near-term actions. But in the interest of time, I'm going to suggest that we come back to those in February and explain them there. That said, the slides are there. If you want to take a look, please do. And if you have questions about them, like I'd be happy to go over them anytime outside of this meeting. I do want to get to one very quick slide, then take a break, and then go into the preferred portfolio and action plan starting at 1. So if we could advance all the way to the end, might not be the last slide, but I think it's real close to the end. Keep going. Yeah, I think slide 84. Yep, there it is. Okay, so back 1. Okay, so just want to give everyone an update on this topic. That we requested in November a waiver of the requirements to provide a draft IRP. Again, filed in November. This year, staff recommended, we supported, and the commission approved a partial waiver. So the IRP filing date is still going to be March 31st. We're not going to provide a draft IRP. But once we file this, there will be an additional comment or initial comment period 30 days after the filing. And then 30 days after that, we will respond to those comments. And the goal of this is to provide, initial views of the filed IRP and for us to respond to them, but then also retain the schedule. So we complete the docket by the end of 2023. So we just want to provide this update so this group of stakeholders understands. I'm sure many have heard this before, but this is now the schedule going forward. There will be no draft filing in 4 days or draft provision of the IRP. Instead, we're going to continue with our IRP Roundtable series, file the IRP at the end of March, and then have this initial comment period. Okay. Jesse, you want to take us into the break?
Yes. So be back at 1. We'll start with preferred portfolio and go into the action plan, and see you all then. Again, you can leave and rejoin with the link or stay on and stay muted. Thank you. Thank you. And then I just want to check, Seth and Rob, are you both online with us now?
I'm here. It's going to be Nahid going through the preferred portfolio though.
Oh, excuse me. Sorry about that.
Rob's probably here too though.
Well, that's good. Okay. We left off with about 58 people and we only have 35 right now. Are we recording, Shadia? Oh, yes, we are. Okay. So why don't we go ahead and get started? Make sure we get through the material. Nahid, if you're ready, you can go ahead, and Shadia and I will be here to help you with all the facilitation.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Jesse. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Nahid Shah, and I'm an analyst on PGE's IRP team. And over the next few slides, we're going to talk about the preferred portfolio. So to get started on this next slide, we are summarizing basically the insights we've been discussing, and we've had a robust discussion around over the last 2-3 hours, right? So as you can sort of see, and I'll go through each of these, we had key takeaways from analyzing each category of portfolios, and those takeaways have formed the basis for our preferred portfolio. From our greenhouse gas glide path portfolios, we did see that even though the linear reduction pathway is sort of splitting the difference, essentially splitting the difference in terms of cumulative emissions between the front-loaded and the rear-loaded pathways, we see that the costs are closer to the rear-loaded pathway, showing that sort of the biggest reduction per unit cost, the linear pathway does really well, essentially saying that it is balancing cost risk and the rate of GHG reductions really well. So we think that that is sort of the optimal way to go when we're designing the preferred portfolio. In the CBRE conversations, we saw that given transmission constraints, CBREs become very competitive economically to the point where 100% of the CBREs are getting selected. And given that CBREs also provide a significant amount of community benefits, this is effectively a no-brainer where we include 100% of the CBREs that are available in the preferred portfolio. In the energy efficiency, in the additional energy efficiency and demand response conversation, we did see those portfolios sort of reduce costs, but we also saw the flip side of that, which was associated with the procurement and the near-term cost risk, which I think, as Seth mentioned, we will be diving into a lot more in sort of subsequent roundtables. But as of now, in these drafts, we have incorporated just the cost-effective quantities of energy efficiency and demand response as a way to minimize cost and risk. The takeaways from the transmission portfolios were definitely clear. The first preference is to try and make sure we are alleviating as much congestion as we can, to increase access to sort of traditional IRP proxies, effectively, increasing access, to transmission through BPA's transmission flow gates, BPA and PG's transmission flow gates. And so we have, in the preferred portfolio, 400 megawatts of this congestion relief that is dubbed as South of Alston, but is really a proxy for any, of the, I think, 8 projects that were talked about earlier that could increase access to sort of traditional proxy resources within the IRP. And finally, we saw that providing additional transmission access to both Nevada and Wyoming are definitely strategies, especially in the both in the short and the long term, to minimize risk. And so when we put all of this together, collectively, we do get the preferred portfolio. But when you take a step back from this, you sort of see a clear picture that says, do all the above. Right? It's trying to do, we have to, 400 megawatts of the congestion relief is as much as we can do for the congestion relief. 100% of the CBRE is as much as we can do for the CBREs. And then 400 megawatts of Nevada and Wyoming is as much as we think we can get of those types of transmission expansion resources. So it's definitely painting a picture of do everything that's possible. We are severely constrained, both because of our system needs and current system conditions, i.e. transmission constraints. And so we put all of that together and we realized that we don't really have a lot of options in this sort of do it all approach. But we do have a clear pathway of what we need to do, especially in the near term. And that's what's shown on the next slide here, if we could move to that. And so, looking at sort of the resource build of the preferred portfolio, just want to orient to a couple of things here. So this is the graph on the right here is similar to the graphs you've seen in earlier slides. Just want to note one difference, that we have included cost-effective amounts of energy efficiency and demand response as forecasted by the Energy Trust of Oregon and the Distribution System Plan, respectively. Again, to note that the EE amounts here are in megawatt average, so they don't, aren't as intuitive in this graph, but they definitely help the viewer sort of understand what's going on. So just kind of keeping that as a caveat. These resources are included in the need assessment, and so they don't contribute to the need that Tomas talked about earlier, because they're already included in that, right? And so just kind of noting that caveat. But coming to the larger picture here, we see that there is sort of a need for significant amount of renewables, and we see that storage is just under about 250 megawatts, through 2030, with reliance on transmission options, especially for the south of Alston transmission option being maxed out in 2027, and the Wyoming and Nevada transmission options growing over time. And so again, the point of the preferred portfolio here is to provide a lot of directional analysis, right? Like, this is not to say that, in 2026 PGE needs to procure 146 megawatts of wind. That is absolutely not the takeaway here. The takeaway is that we need a combination of renewables, storage, and transmission, in addition to CBREs, to meet the resource needs by 2030, right? And so we want to focus on that directionality, and in sort of subsequent slides, Seth will talk about how we summarize that for the action plan. So I think the takeaway here is not the specific numbers, but sort of the direction that, like, early access to new transmission options, ensuring that transmission upgrades are available in 2027. All of these things are essential to minimizing cost and risk, and ensuring that we have the best best portfolio that we can have. And so to look at the metrics of this portfolio, if we could go to the next slide, please. We see that the metrics, if you compare it to some of the ones that you see earlier in the presentation, you see that this is definitely one of the portfolios that is sort of most optimized, because it's accounting for all of those insights from the earlier portfolios. And we've seen how increasing transmission options are a good way to both reduce risk and reduce cost. Increasing CBREs are a way to reduce risk and cost. And so all of that, once it's embedded, shows you that clearly there is a lot of value in those resources, and you do get sort of the best balance of cost and risk here. And so with that, I think we can spend a brief moment on the RPS impact, but I think this was rather eloquently discussed earlier. So if we could go to the next slide. So HB 2021 requirements are much greater than previous RPS obligations, effectively making those previous RPS obligations, in a sense, obsolete. And because HB 2021 requirements are met across all futures, even a low need future would still be more than compliant with RPS obligations. And so you can see in the graph here, the blue line is the 5-year RECs that are generated from existing and new resources. And you can see that even a 5-year REC, which definitely is a conservative view of this graphic, is sort of diverging pretty quickly and pretty aggressively from the RPS obligations that we have across the different need futures. And so to that end, I think it's pretty conclusive that the non-emitting resources that we need to comply with HB 2021 far outweigh the RPS obligations that we have, and so we're not likely to run into any RPS related issues moving forward, assuming HB 2021 continues exactly as it is. With that, I think we can move to the next slide. And I think, if there are any questions, I'm happy to answer them
now. Corey, you can go ahead.
Question on slide 70, the preferred portfolio. So I see the south of Alston upgrade, and thus kind of call it access to BPA resources, is built out in 2027 and maxed out through 2030, but about 1 gigawatt of solar comes online in 2029 and 2030. How should we think about kind of what transmission that is or is not relying on if south of Alston is not kind of also being expanded at that time?
So the south of Alston resources are also included in the graphs here. So the sort of brick representation in the graphs represent the transmission quantity, but the resources are included in the solar and wind chunks, right? So the green wind includes both currently existing inventory of transmission that's available and wind that is being added using that inventory, and then also wind that is being added after south of Alston transmission upgrades are being made. Does that get to the question you're asking?
I guess I'm just trying to think about it. I would assume the model's picking south of Alston upgrade in 2027 because it needs it to access more BPA resources. It gets maxed out, I assume, because it's kind of getting fully allocated to that new build you're talking about, wind and solar. It just seems, I'm trying to reconcile that with another gigawatt of solar coming online in the kind of tail end of this, after I would assume that some of those 2027 and 2028 resources are using that kind of BPA market access proxy. And I'm trying to understand how that ties back to the transmission.
Yeah, or I could jump in here. So over the couple roundtables in the fall, we discussed the characterization of the existing transmission system. And what we found was that there are, looking at BPA's TSAT process over the past couple of years, there is existing transmission capacity out there. And so the model that we're using here minimizes costs subject to constraints, and it's only going for the south of Alston proxy upgrade after it exists, or it basically consumes all of the available capacity in the transmission system. So it doesn't want to pay these costs.
Yeah.
So what we're saying then is that there is sufficient transmission capacity to provide some resources to meet our need. And so we're using all of that, and that's what's being allocated to those new resources before the south of Alston upgrade. Does that make sense?
That the logic makes complete sense to me. That's kind of my assumption was, yeah, that south of Alston kicks in once that, from those previous meetings, the BPA available system transmission is used up. It just doesn't seem, I just can't tie it to the fact that then you have another gigawatt plus of solar coming in late in the decade, but you've probably already used and allocated that additional 400 megawatts. So I'm trying to understand if there's more assumed on top of that 400 actually to allow the 2028 and 2029 and 2030, or if that's just that 400 megawatts plus the market access from Nevada and Wyoming is the transmission that allows you to bring on all of that new solar and wind.
So these are cumulative resource additions here. So you're not looking at a gig, you're looking only at 750. But again, we're saying that of total capacity, and we're saying that the existing transmission system is sufficient with the added benefits associated with the Wyoming resource and the additional 400 megawatts of the south of Alston proxy upgrade that provides sufficient transmission capacity to meet system needs.
Got it. Thanks.
Abe, do you have a question?
Hi, yeah, thanks, Nihit, for the explanation. I just have a couple of questions regarding the last slide you showed. How do you relate the RPS renewable energy certificates with emission targets in HB 2021? And the second question is, PGE over the last at least couple of years have been using 20% of the obligation for RPS unbundled RECs. Is that continuing in your assumption here, or it is totally bundled RECs?
Yeah, if we can move to slide 72 to make sure we're all on the literally on the same page. Yeah, so Abe, the first part of that question, HB 2021 is an emissions-based standard, and so RECs and any other sort of offset-based certificates are not going to be part of that, part of the compliance obligation there. So we don't expect RECs to have a more significant role. To your second question about—
Excuse me, just before you move on,
yeah.
You're assuming that the RECs are fulfilled by the emission control targets, by meeting the emission control targets. That's my question. How do you actually make that connection?
No, the connection is that because HB 2021 exists, we have a significant energy need. Because HB 2021 dictates these emission reductions and no additional no additional emitting generation being able to be sited in Oregon, we think it's appropriate in modeling to be filling the energy need that is forecasted by RPS compliant resources. So by adding more wind and solar, essentially.
Yeah, but what is the mathematical connection or the actual connection with that?
Yeah,
you know,
I'm making that.
Yeah.
I'm getting there. So the additional requirements for those incremental renewable resources pushes the RPS, the REC generation, significantly higher than the RPS constraints. Think of it as an alarm clock. So HB 2021 is that buzzer's ringing at 5. Your RPS alarm is at 8. You're already awake at 8, so the RPS constraints don't bind. They're never going to affect resource decisions.
So you're saying that the 20% of the megawatt hours for the year will be all fulfilled by the emission target compliance.
Yeah, that's correct. And if we, to your second question, if we don't right now model this, but if we did in the IRP saying that 20% is going to be met by unbundled RECs, then you would push that the REC availability even higher. So what we're showing on the screen is the 5-year RECs generated, but the total quantity of RECs is higher because we have infinite RECs, and that could be generated by resources, and then also by the REC bank that PGE has. So there's virtually no situation that we see in our modeling, given HB 2021, where any resource decisions have to change based off of RPS guidelines.
Okay, thank you.
And Bill Pasco, it looks like you have a question.
Yeah, thanks, Jesse. Can you go forward a slide or two to the table that shows the deferred portfolio? There you go. That's the one. Thank you. When we talked earlier about the transmission expansion alternatives, we talked in terms of those not being specific projects. They're kind of generic proxy transmission expansions, which I would interpret to mean new build transmission alternatives. You know, they're greenfield projects and they have long development lead times. So I'm having trouble squaring that with 79 megawatts of Wyoming transmission in 2026. That doesn't sound like a greenfield project to me. That sounds like a specific project that maybe you guys have identified. Could you speak to that?
Yeah, absolutely. And I think we've talked about this in depth a little earlier in the fall, but fundamentally they aren't greenfield projects. There is transmission development ongoing. There are opportunities available today. These are representative of those opportunities. So these are two of I don't know how many ever opportunities exist in the market. And so there is a dedicated structuring and an origination team that's sort of scanning these opportunities and seeing what is best. And it will be in the RFP process that we determine if those opportunities are the best. But what we are trying to say here is that directionally, if these opportunities do exist at this price point, it definitely seems to make sense. And that's sort of the takeaway. So they make sense as soon as 2026. But obviously, if they're not, if neither developers nor PGE can find these opportunities, or they don't materialize in 2026, then that has to be filled with some other resource. But this is kind of showing an ideal case scenario in terms of based on the assumptions that we have. So not an ideal case scenario. It's sort of based on the assumptions that we have. And currently our assumptions are that we can take advantage of the existing transmission developments that are ongoing to try and get potential new resources in 2026. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, thanks for those questions. That was really helpful. Shadia, can you go to the cover slide for the next topic? Thank you so much. Okay, Seth Wiggins will be presenting on the draft action plan, and take it away when you are ready, Seth.
Awesome. Yeah. So, you know, this presentation is going to flow very nicely out of what both Nahit and Rob said earlier. Again, we structured our portfolio analysis around specific questions. What do we do about decarbonization? How do we model that? What do we think about CBREs, additional energy efficiency? How do we think about transmission? We're looking at very specific questions through our portfolio analysis. The answers of those questions were put into the preferred portfolio as articulated by Nahit a few slides ago. And so now we're going to turn to our draft action plan. So these are the resources or these are the actions we are proposing that the company take in the next 2 to 4 years based on the culmination of all of our analysis, all of the work that we've done building up over the last however many roundtables that we have, leading to this action plan. Now, again, it's draft, and so there is room to pivot if there's significant change warranted. We haven't shown all of the analysis yet. As I said, there's more work to be shown based on the yearly cost impacts, which will influence some of our thinking on the choices here. Additionally, you know, we skipped over some robustness checks, and there's other areas of analysis that we're planning for the IRP as well. That said, we think it's important to present this action plan to this group, especially in lieu of a draft IRP, so that we hear any feedback that you all have, we have the goal that, you know, once we file on March 31st, everyone first of all is fully understanding what is being presented and why in the filing, and that we've been transparent about all the assumptions, all the inputs. That's sort of a given or sort of non-negotiable. Those absolutely are priorities for us, but also we would like you know, broad agreement across the stakeholder group in the industry that we're going in the right direction. So HB 2021 has been a significant challenge for us to incorporate into modeling. It's taken some overhauls, pretty significant overhauls of the way we've done modeling, and we're working to we're hoping that folks will feel comfortable with the direction that we're going on this action plan and moving forward into the docket after the filing. So all that to say, this is draft, but we think it's important to be saying it now. So, and it's going to fall directly out of the analysis that we have just shown. So if you go to the next slide, there are 5 components to the action plan. So customer actions, looking at CBRE resources, looking at your energy and capacity needs in actions there, and then consideration of transmission expansion. And I'll go through these one by one, but of course, stop me anytime there are questions. So going to the next slide, look at the energy actions. As we said before, we're sticking in the customer actions for this draft action plan to be focused on the cost-effective levels, cost-effective with air quotes here, forecast by the Energy Trust of Oregon and DSP Part 2, incorporating these levels of energy efficiency and demand response into our portfolio going forward. This will be a incredibly valuable set of resources given the transmission constraints that we've identified before. Again, building off or flowing out of the discussion that we had earlier, our choice right now is to not include additional non-cost effective, again with air quotes, energy efficiency in the modeling, even though the modeling is sending a clear message that it is an effective resource to reduce cost and risk. Two reasons why is the near-term rate pressure and risk of procurement surrounding those additional quantities of energy efficiency. Go to the next slide, please. The second part of the action plan is to initiate a CBRE-focused RFP. Our goal is by 2030 incorporating 155 megawatts of CBRE resource. The action plan target is for an RFP seeking 66 megawatts by 2026. Now, this is the total maximum potential we've identified in our modeling, the total amount of megawatts we think are out there, and we're going for all of them. So there's a lot of work that has to be done for this RFP. We need to be very specific about these resources and the costs associated and the benefits associated with them. But that work is underway, and we've been developing our approach to define terms and to incorporate new methods into an RFP. And so this is a second and important part of the action plan, is to initiate this CBRE focused RFP. The third component is turning to this, and the next action are your more traditional utility scale energy and capacity actions. For the energy action, we're targeting, or we're recommending that the company go after an RFP for non-emitting energy resources. To set the target, we actually are looking backwards from 2030. So we believe, based off of our modeling, that the energy need, given all projections right now in 2030, is 872 average megawatts. Please excuse the false precision in these numbers. There's, of course, a lot of uncertainty. We have specific numbers here, 872 and not 873, because we want to ensure that we're using the right data sets. Data sets change often in IRP worlds, and so that's more of an internal check to make sure we're using the right data. That said, we think there is a sizable 2030 energy need, and so working backwards, we're looking at a constant yearly acquisition between now and 2030. So when we say now, we mean now after we file this thing, go through a docket, go through an RFP, select a resource, and build it. We think the first year a resource could come online is the end of 2025. And so that means adding the resource, starting generation in 2026. And so we're taking that 872 and dividing it by the 5 years remaining between 2026 and 2030. That's our energy focused RFP. CBRE additions could reduce this need if we go for the total amount up to 155. If we're able to acquire that, we're anticipating a reduction of that 2030 need by about 30 average megawatts. So bringing that number down to 842, then again divided by 5. So that's our energy RFP target. And again, this is, assuming that we get those quantities of energy efficiency and demand response predicted by the ETO and DSP. I see we have a hand.
Yeah, Seth, my question, it's on some of the earlier slides, but so it said a linear decarbonization glide path from 2026 to 2030. Can you explain what is happening with that from now until 2026?
Yes, I can. That's a great question. And while I can explain it, the IRP can't do anything about it. And I think that's why we're starting at 2026 is that, again, that resource timeline that I just described, it prevents us from doing anything sooner, much as we would like to, at least in terms of the IRP conversation. Now, what happens between now and 2026 when the resources based on this action plan would hopefully materialize? There's a couple things. So there's the resources that are coming online from the current RFP. There's so that RFP, the 2021 all source RFP, is still underway, and there are additional resources that we expect to come online. There's additionally QFs that are coming online, and those forecasted levels are in the model. And then there are gear resources that are anticipated to come online. So those resource additions are expected to have emission reductions associated. Tomas, do you want to add anything to that point?
No, I think you got all the categories.
Okay.
Thanks.
Does that answer your question, Marie?
Yes, thank you.
Now, this is a good time as any to include the disclaimer that I think we need to present often. We're talking here at IRP view of resources coming online that leads to some displacement of thermal generation for retail sales. And in average conditions, that's going to be true, but actual emissions may vary significantly from modeling choices based off of things that are generally considered outside of the utility's control, weather, hydro availability, all the things that can happen during a year. If we have 6 heat dome events, that's going to have an impact on our emission, ice storms, all of those things. So we're talking on an average view, those should lead to emission reductions, but the years in question between now and 2026 might be very different. Okay, so this is the energy action. And then if we could go to the next slide, talk about the capacity action. Now, the capacity action, rather than targeting 2030 needs and working backwards, we're looking at near-term needs. So we're forecasting a significant hole in our system starting in 2026 after the additions of the RFP come along, the current 2021 all source RFP. So in 2026, we're forecasting north of 500 megawatt need in the summer and about 430 megawatts in the winter. Those are significant numbers. And we're looking to take a phased approach in trying to fill those needs to remain adequate on a planning basis. So the first is pursuing all cost competitive options in the bilateral market. Some of this need is triggered by the expiration of contracts that are happening over the next few years. If we're able to re-sign some of those, that would reduce that need. Also, there are resources that we talked about both in the CBRE, energy, and customer actions, and those will potentially reduce these capacity. Excuse me. Only the customer and CBRE resource actions will reduce these needs. These numbers, 506 and 429, assume the forecasted values of the customer actions all materialize. If they don't, those numbers will be higher. Incorporating those, we're proposing to undertake an RFP to meet the remaining 2026 capacity needs. Now, the staging of this is, we're still working on this. So we know we need to move quickly. But we also know we need to make sure that all of our stakeholders and commission feel comfortable with these actions. So we're working on figuring out the appropriate staging, the appropriate number of RFPs, whether energy and capacity should be one single RFP like the 2021 all source RFP was. What's the order of that between the between those RFPs. Still working on the exact staging of this, but we think the capacity action, we need the system to remain adequate in the near term, and so this is our way to do this. If there are no questions, go to this last component of the action plan, and this is considering expansion of the transmission system. As portfolio analysis demonstrated fairly clearly, there is insufficient transmission capacity out there to meet PGE's needs over the planning horizon between now and 2043. And so we're proposing that we do a couple things to try and address that. First is requesting commission acknowledgement just that the additional transmission capacity, both on and off system, are required. So we need a broad general understanding that this is an issue that is of incredible importance for both the company and the region as well. The second part of this is pursuing options to upgrade the Bethel to Round Butte line that's an error on this slide. It should be 230 to 500 kV. So this option would provide near-term relief to transmission constraints and open up a set of options that we think would be beneficial to serve future PGE load. And so this would be analogous to the SOA alleviation that we've modeled in portfolio analysis. This is an opportunity to realize those benefits. I see a bunch of hands. Let me just finish this last point and then we'll get to all of them. The third part is to continue to study additional transmission expansion options. As portfolio analysis directionally displayed, we think there are important contributions to be played by additional transmission expansion beyond pursuing options to upgrade Bethel to Round Butte. And so as noted by a couple individuals on the call, the transmission expansion analysis in the IRP is it's directionally useful, but it's certainly incomplete. It is not an accurate and detailed view of this. This is our first attempt in the IRP to do something like this in a very long time. And so additional work is needed to both understand the challenges associated with the transmission system as well as the opportunities to try to fill it and to address the need. And so we're asking for, in this draft action plan, commission acknowledgement to go after additional study of these options, and where there are potential projects that could realize these benefits and in the time that we need them, go after them. And so this is a bit nebulous of a facet of the action plan, because it's just additional study. That said, there could be, a significant amount of work going into this last component of the action plan. Okay, got through that slide. I think I saw Kathy's hand first, so let's start there.
Okay. I'm interested in the option to upgrade Bethel Round Butte. And I'm assuming that you won't have to get FSEC approval for that because it's an upgrade to, well, actually, I guess you would, because right now they're limited to 230. But we're going to be proposing to raise that to 500. But the key is when you upgrade the line, you have to allow for a period when it's going to be unavailable during the upgrade period. And how do you provide the customers that are not going to be using it?
That's a great question, Kathy. We've got a couple transmission experts on the line. I think they can step in and answer. Maybe Sean.
Yeah, hey, Kathy. Good to talk to you outside of our other conversation venues with the siding work that's going on. Yeah, so this particular line is one that actually is in its current state prone to take outages. And actually a part of it suffered some damage during the fire season a couple of years ago, and had to be taken out of service for quite some time while it was repaired. And so I say that just to say that in its current state, it has a de minimis is not the right term, but it has a pretty low impact on reliability in its current state as a single 230 kV line that crosses the Cascades as part of this particular path. And so taking it out of service while it's being upgraded wouldn't, under normal operating conditions, pose significant issues as we stand today. And so this is one where we wouldn't look to, let's say, build an alternate route, right? This is one that actually truly could be taken out of service while you do the work.
And is the right of way already wide enough to support the 500?
We don't have that analysis done yet. And so more to come on that.
Yeah, I've been learning a lot on my siting table thing. That's, I think, for actually an upgrade, the exception list said 230 or greater, whereas for a new line in the same right of way, it has an absolute of 230.
Awesome.
I
Thanks,
realize
Kathy.
that's probably more detailed and appropriate at this meeting, but
I appreciate it. And thanks, Sean, for stepping in. Next hand I saw was Corey.
Question also on the Bethel Round Butte line. How should we think about that in comparison to the Cascade Crossing line? Is this just kind of the last mile of that without the extension up to Boardman? Is it going to look for kind of expansions over to Coy? Any wider thoughts on that project?
I can give you a general, geographic points of the terminus, and that may help inform your thinking around the questions. The line today runs from the Round Butte substation, which is at the hydro facility near Madras, and runs east to west essentially, and on the western terminus lands in east of Salem. And when the important notion here is that from the Round Butte substation east, there is a 500 kV line that interconnects at Grizzly, which is part of the Northwest AC intertie. So the concept is that and there's going to have to be some collaboration and cooperation with the regional partners, because Bonneville is obviously the operator of the AC intertie and the majority owner of it. But the concept is that gets you a connection between the AC intertie and PGE's load.
Got it. That's helpful. Thanks.
Okay, Fred.
Yeah, that was actually pretty helpful. One more on Bethel Round Butte. I would just wonder if you've even thought of potentially a DC upgrade or conversion. I don't know if the corridor could support more than one line, so you still have the AC plus the DC, or just a DC for AC replacement. I think it's fine to see if you've already looked at it and say, well, it's just crazy expensive or whatever, that's fine. But I still think, again, considering the availability of other options, including Cascade, we're going to need a lot. That's really what the modeling is showing. And so, given how difficult it is to do anything from the east side to the west side, I think, we should not leave any stone unturned.
Hey, Fred, this is Sean. I'll second your notion that we shouldn't leave any stone unturned in terms of options analysis. And at this point, I would say all options are on the table. That's what we're really talking about here, is acknowledgement to pursue all of the various options that could make this happen.
Yeah, thanks. Again, hope we have the chance to get into a more technical discussion. I think, I can say on behalf of Northwest Energy Coalition, we want to be very supportive thorough review by PGE, and we want to support the best options out there and give you support when you decide to move those things forward.
Appreciate that. Other questions on the action plan? Any part of it, not just the transmission?
Yeah, this is Fred. If I could just jump back in with one more thing, just to highlight something I said earlier. I think it would be helpful. This has been a helpful presentation today. When we get to see more of the details, going forward, and when you file the plan, I'm going to be looking very closely at a high gas scenario analysis and what that does to the portfolio. I've been pounding the table about that for about a decade now. It's here. So, we could be in a situation where gas prices moderate and stay fairly close to where they've been, or we could be in a situation where we have elevated and more volatile prices, which will affect obviously both costs going to your gas generation and much more, maybe even much more importantly, but the direct cost is not an unimportant factor, the effect on power markets. And that's I've really been, digging under the surface here in the last couple months on that, and it's the gas side. It's not a pretty picture right now, and given Putin's invasion of Ukraine, changing around global fossil fuel trade flows and the impact that's happening that's happening right now in the domestic market, much more offtake, exports, all the other factors that are out there, pipeline constraints, other issues, weather, et cetera. I really think we've hit the inflection point now where we've got to really price in the gas risk a lot more directly.
Yeah, I remember anecdotally about 5 years ago, we were talking about, in some IRP meeting, the risk of higher natural gas prices, and just the prevailing sentiment was like, how could gas prices rise above like $3? And yeah, we're in a different world, and it could significantly worsen if West Coast export terminal pops up, another war, something like that. So I totally agree that analysis of a higher gas future is appropriate in long-term planning.
Yeah, just to say, I think I haven't looked for today's prices, but I think current Henry Hub prices, which is kind of the national reference price, about $4 price at Sumas, where we get a lot of our supply from British Columbia, 17.
Marie?
Yeah, I just was wondering, on the Bethel to Round Butte upgrade, does PGE have any estimates as to how long they think that will take?
I would again turn to Sean for that.
Ideally, we're talking 7 to 10 years. That's the ideal goal, but I think everybody knows that right-of-way work, permitting environmental work can oftentimes elongate it. So we're going to go into it with a goal of trying to figure out how to make it available for 2030 or even sooner. But we're also going to go in with eyes wide open, with the recognition that sometimes delays happen in these sorts of projects.
Thanks.
Any other questions before we wrap today? Okay, well, let's call it from here. I'll just offer a few final thoughts. Very much appreciate everyone sticking with us. 5 hours or however long it's been is on any subject is a tough sell. So definitely appreciate you all sticking with us and providing pretty valuable feedback. I think this was a very good meeting for us. and it's given us a lot to think about as we continue building up to the filing at the end of March. Some takeaways I heard were about data presentation. So, there's going to be some judgment that we have to make as to what information we present. We can't present, and trust me, you don't want us to present 100% of the data. So we're going to have to reduce that somehow. That said, definitely heard from this meeting that additional information is would be of interest, specifically beyond 2030 and perhaps in other need futures. So we'll take that back and think about the presentation for February and March. That said, for the February and March roundtables, that said, if you want to see any of the draft results, please do reach out. We can work out some way. These are all draft and subject to change, and we don't want to, step ahead of any confidentiality or other concerns associated with sharing data. But there's some way where we can figure out to get you whatever information you need. As always, if you want to see additional portfolios, let us know. We are up against a wall right now to try to finalize this thing and actually write the document and everything. That said, if there's specific sensitivities of interest, please do let us know. We can try and do our best to accommodate those. I think that's all from me. Jesse, do you want to close up?
Yes, thank you. So our February meeting date is February 23rd. That's when we'll be presenting more information next. And a recording from this meeting, as well as the meeting materials, will be posted online before next Thursday. And we'll send out an email just giving you all a heads up when that is online. So that is the end of our meeting. I want to thank everyone for being here today, and we'll see you in February.